be somebody at a time. All right. Okay.
So have I got 2 chicks? There's one of these for you.
I don't know what they were doing yesterday. Maybe I'd both of you over that corner and then the timer here. I don't know. What do you want to do? I don't know what they were doing yesterday.
Right, I don't know.
We'll just time. We'll time in there. We'll time in the corner.
Yeah, I put it in my feedback because you know something was like basically you can't fit the 2 does and I was like keep literally putting extra things in this one big second extension makes no sense. Putting an extra tier to the child, put a disability, a junior to help, and then say, well, I've got time for our comps.
Raise the second.
A very good morning. Welcome to the action from the Ultimate Pool Series, Day 2, as we turn our attention to the Ladies Pro event and get underway with last 16 action. You're watching Table 2. This is the match between Leanne Cragg and Danielle Randall. Just a reminder, this is one of 4 streams we've got going on today. Over on the main arena table, live on Ultimate Pool TV and on YouTube Ultimate Pool subscription, we've got the match between Kirsty Lee Davies and Sarah Waite. On table 3, Emma Parker takes on Becky Watkins, and on table 4, Mary Talbot takes on Dawn Wright. We'll have 4 matches in our afternoon session. First up, 2 ladies last 16 matches, then Pro Series quarter-final, and then action from the ladies Pro quarter-finals to round out the afternoon. Then we'll be back this evening with semis and finals from both of the events. First up, Leanne Cragg takes on Danielle Randall. Best of 13, race to 7 goes through to the quarter-final.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, just clocking in here to watch Leanne Cragg and Danielle Randall. It's been a strong season from both so far. Leanne Cragg got off maybe to the slowest start of both players to her 2025. However, back-to-back quarterfinals have put her in a really good stead for this year, as well as the last 16 before that. So Leanne obviously going deeper into the tournaments now, has asserted herself. She's now in the top 10 in the world for the Women's Pro Series. And then on the flip side, you have Danielle Randall as well, and Danielle's been brilliant value this year. Obviously, having a bit of time away from the sport, obviously to have a kid, and has come back and had some great results on tour. Obviously made a final again. Was in the Masters final, lost narrowly to Marion Jude in that. But great to see Danielle back in the form that she was in a couple of years ago when she won her first event. Played a great shot there just to get out the snooker. She's also covered the red into the bottom right, so Danielle's got a lot of work to do here. Danielle's played a really clever one here. Just parking the white up top of the table, covering the yellow towards the bottom right, meaning that Leanne has to play the one that's near the 8 ball, unless she comes off a cushion, which I don't know if Leanne would be tempted to do. Maybe she can see a thin edge of it. Yeah, that looks like she can. Got a bit interesting. I wonder if Danielle may be tempted just to play this red now into the top left and then roll the next red towards the pocket, because there's not really a lot Leanne can do from up the top end of the table with those two yellows. Danielle's gone for cover. Hasn't quite got it, and that's the problem, is if that shot, if it doesn't quite go right, she's ended up tying up 2 balls. So Leanne now needs to find a way to just open these up and just bed the white towards the bottom cushion. She'd then go favourite for the frame. I wonder if she's got enough maybe to play yellow off yellow into the bottom right. Another potential option. That's very good if she's got the snooker as well. Didn't even have a look there. It's obviously tight past the 8 ball. In fact, she's going to go with the top cushion first, so needs to just dink this. Needs it to hit a cushion after contact. It's not great, just because the white's come away from that cushion. He has now got 2 makeable pots. just misses that. Danielle now has the chance to get a snooker. Can try and almost double the red towards the top left. And just sit that white close to the cushion where the top red is currently. Yeah, it's a brilliant deft touch. And in fact, she's played it in a way where she's covered the one cushion escape as well. So Leanne may have to go bottom cushion and attack the other yellow first, which is not what she'd want to do. Or can she go side cushion? This is risky. Could hit the 8 ball if you get it wrong. Oh, that's a brilliant shot from Leanne Cragg. To get the snooker back as well, that's world class. Now from laying a snooker to being snookered, Danielle's now got to find a way out and somehow hide the white ball or make a red. Yeah, I'm not surprised Danielle took a bit more of a swing at that, but missing the red should be costly. Now with ball in hand, should clear this up to make it 1-0. There you go, good pot on the 8 ball, and that is 1-0 to Leanne Cragg. So we've got 4 of the women's pro games that are currently ongoing. Kirsty Lee Davis has taken the first frame on the main arena table against Sarah Waite. Mary Talbot's taken the first frame against Dawn Wright. And Emma Parker has taken the first frame against Becky Watkins. If you want access to the main table and tables streams 3 and 4, if you subscribe to the Ultimate Pool app or get the YouTube membership, you will get access to all 4 tables all weekend. That includes the women's, the men's, the Pro Series, the Next Gen, the seniors, the masters, and the three-man team. Go Danielle on that trusted cut break. She was front ball breaking a little bit at the Masters, and I just felt like the cut break suited her better. She gets the impact through the balls exactly like that. And this is an okay opportunity here for Danielle. Probably needs a good positional shot on the yellows to get out. Looking at that yellow towards the 8 spot, or the 8 ball. Just needs to land short position on that potentially later on. From Danielle here, I'm probably getting rid of the yellow I'm closest to into the bottom left first. Opening up that pocket for the other yellow down the cushion. Danielle sees it differently. She's seeing reds. Maybe sees this as the one pot that can open up the frame for her. Misses. But ties up that yellow at the same time, so Leanne's not got a simple clearance, she's now got mileage. For reds as well. It's a very good pot. Hasn't got the cue ball. Maybe she has played it now that that yellow's tied up. Looking at that as her insurance policy. She's also just knocked that yellow slightly closer to the cushion, which makes things a little bit harder for Danielle as well. So that's why she's given herself a bit of free rein and playing the plug on the 2 reds. It's a good effort. And she's promoted them closer to the pocket as well, so it is advantage Leanne Craig at the moment. Danielle needs to think about how she's going to deal with that yellow. That's a really clever shot from Danielle. Plants the yellow and red, knocks the red down the table and gets the majority snooker on the 8 ball. If Leanne can just see that red, she's been a little bit unlucky. Yeah, she obviously can. Enough to get in behind the other red that's just above it. May have left the pot on the yellow, but has that red now over the 8 ball. I'm just going to try and dig back on this. It's a tough shot. And simply due to the pace, the yellow stayed in the pocket as well. It's an interesting shot choice from Leanne there, having 3 reds visible and opting to try and play off the cushion. It's a foul, I believe. Unless the white double hit the cushion, it might have done. That's a great shot from Danielle. Needs that yellow to bounce and bounce big. It hasn't quite done that. She's been a bit unlucky. She can put the yellow into the bottom right though. So she still has a next ball. It's a great pot. She's got the cannon and she's got the yellow. Yes, she has. Brilliant shot. She's got an angle here as well to tackle the yellow that's a bit higher up on the cushion. Oh, that's an unlucky flick. Didn't quite catch it full enough and she's gone in off. Now this is a good opportunity for Leanne. Yeah, just opting to get rid of that red that was a bit out of the way of the rest of her work. Now that she's done that, she can just attack these 3 up here. She's going to slow roll the plant in. Leanne is a brilliant plain ball potter. Plays with a really nice kind of control of that cue ball. Often see her playing with sides and spins. Yeah, it's very well played from Leanne. Be this 8 ball for 2-0. To Leanne Craig. On the main table as well. Sarah Waite has levelled up. It's now 1 apiece between her and Kirsty Lee Davis. Kirsty at the table at the moment, but that frame looks like it's in the balance. Leanne's break. That was a really clean split there. It was parted left and right. It's a decent split. She probably want a nice yellow to start, but hasn't really got it. So may have to go red. It's going to be the red to the right middle, potentially going to open up. Oh, where's that black ball going? Played it at a good pace. She didn't risk the in off. It was pretty close. But no, this is a good opportunity for Leanne. The red now towards that bottom right hand corner is going to be her issue. Don't know if she's got enough to play it off the cushion of the 8 ball. If she doesn't, she may have to play it as a double later on, or up the line. So a bit of work to do there, but the rest of the reds out in the open. This is a good chance. She needed a flick there as well. I don't think she's quite got it. She might be able to play the red into left middle, or she's got the long red actually, with a good cannon. Opportunity to move that red. Right hand side. That's very unlucky. Can she still pop the red into the left middle? I don't know if she can. She's very unlucky if she's not even got a pot. She might be able to play it straight down the line. To the bottom left worst case scenario. Doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball, can just hold. Good pot from Leanne there. Ooh, just poked at that a little bit. It was a bit jabby. This is a big frame now for Danielle Randall. Doesn't want to fall 3-0 down. Helps having enough of that yellow. Opens up the other ball for her. Now a big probably worry would be just be landing on that yellow on the top cushion. She can land on it straight away. Need to flick. She might have it in the middle. She might have had a bit of a lucky result there. It's not ideal, but she's at least got a shot at it. In fact, she's going long. She's got to be careful of the white here. That's why she's digging it. This is a tough, tough pot. But I tell you what, white ball, oh, that is so unlucky. Brilliant pot. Digging down on the cushion, cross table, yellow in the middle of the table. Somehow the white's found its way into the middle left-hand pocket. So far, Danielle can count herself a bit unlucky. But Leanne's got another chance here. It's just what she does with this red. Where she tries to play the cannon earlier, and it's just glued slightly closer to the cushion. Doesn't make it as easy to play a double on it. Not only that, she will lose the white to the bottom end of the table, so she's just going to sacrifice and leave herself a tough, tough pot. She does here. Yeah, she's tried to slow roll it, which she's got. She was always going to leave herself this horrible red down the line. But one thing Leanne is a brilliant plain ball potter, so all she's got to do is drop this in. Oh, what a pot that is. What a pot. Right in the heart of the pocket. Off the cushion, down the line. If she can knock this red in, it's a great finish. This has been brilliant from Leanne Cragg. That is what you call confidence in your potting. That is brilliant from Leanne Cragg, and she goes 3-0 up. I know Danielle was a bit unlucky, but she probably thought she was going to come back to the table. Wasn't to be. Danielle just going in off there. Brings Leanne to the table. slow roll that up the line. Hasn't quite got there. Daniel needs to get going here. He's had a couple of unlucky in-offs. Could really do with just finding that spark and that clearance. That's a good shot. Close to her work. This is an open opportunity for her. She just needs to judge a line here. That's a great shot. She wouldn't have minded a bit of angle, but she's just got to screw and find that gap again. Found it perfectly. Starts to slow down. If that white to kill. Oh, just got a little bit too much into it. She can still drop this in, it's just how far the white goes. She's going to slow. It's a bit on the thin side, but it's makeable. Oh, there it goes. It's a little bit tetchy on that 8 ball, but it is a good finish from Danielle Randall. She gets her first one on the board, 3-1. Just going to be Leanne on the break. Didn't quite make the impact with that one as good. So Danielle will come to the table. She's now got that one on the board. We'll want to close the gap further. It's a very good opening pot from Danielle. I think she's got this yellow into the right middle. She'll be fairly happy with that. She might even get a bit fortunate in this if she plays it plain ball. Might just flick off that red lever on the problem one that's below the 8 ball. Played it plain ball, played it perfectly. She's on that yellow now. She's just flicked open the black as well, so if she can just get the white ball out here, this is another great opportunity to close the gap. So this is tricky because of how she's got to dig the cue ball. Tell you what, she's played that really well though. Oh no. I think she just clipped the black ball. Very good honesty from Danielle. It's a bit unlucky. Because if she'd actually landed, she was in a really good position to get out there as well. Would have been a brilliant clearance, but she has given Leanne ball in hand. This isn't a bad opportunity for Leanne. She's got to make sure she lands on that red along the cushion. Might do it as a last ball. Ooh. She plotted that on the thick side, so she's gone into the yellow, which has gone over the pocket. So lifeline for Danielle. Play the loss of turn. Got the double kiss on the way back rather than hiding behind the reds, so yeah, the last two frames have been a little bit more like it from Danielle. This is another good finish. As I say, she was a little bit unlucky. Just that awkward queuing caught her out. But getting back to 3-2, she'll feel a lot better than she did a couple of minutes ago. Over on the main table, Kirsty Lee Davis has opened up a 4-1 lead now on Sarah Waite. Sarah's opportunity, I think she just missed it in frame 3. She goes 2-1, that game might have been slightly different. However, Kirsty Lee's got a big advantage now in that match. Over here, though, things are getting a bit tighter, and Danielle Randall is back within 1. Goes dry from Danielle. It's going to be Leanne at the table. Leanne opting to go yellows. It's an awkward layout. She's got an opportunity to maybe cannon out the yellow that's in the cluster of reds, just the left-hand side of the middle of the table. Just there, but she just missed the red. As I am accompanied by the great Nick Finn.
Good morning, sir.
How are we this morning?
Yeah, a bit late on parade. But, we got her eventually. The big queue in Greg's.
Do you know what? The Greg's crisis in Wigan continues, guys. I'm not a news reporter, but I'm just saying it's a state.
There was a guy getting an order for like 40 people in front of me.
40 people in Greg's.
And then there was a queue at the car park machine. Which, and the car park machine takes forever.
Starting to really build up these excuses here, Nick.
I know. Whereas really I've just been sat here for the last 20 minutes nursing a headache. And I didn't even have a single drink last night.
That's what they all say.
Yeah.
Classic Tony Holgate move, that. Danielle's done really well here. She's just flicked open the two reds in the middle to open them both up to the right middle pockets. Be tempted to take the higher of the two first and then come up for the red near the 8 ball. And then you can segment your work into one end of the table gradually. She's agreed. She's just overhit the shot again. Still should be fine. It just means that she's now got to land on the red, the highest of the three last, which isn't as easy to do. See there, I wonder if she's looking at maybe taking it now, just because it is a tough shot to land back on. Or is she maybe looking at taking the straighter one into the bottom left? It's a flick. I think she's got it.
Four games in action, 4 games on stream. Kirsty Lee Davis 5-1 up over Sarah Waite. Becky Watkins, Emma Parker, Emma's 3-2 up. Mary Talbot 3-0 against Dawn Wright. Mary, I was watching her last night and she's flying. She won a game yesterday 7-2 against Ashley Dinsmore. And the other lady who I very impressed with yesterday, I'm very impressed with every time I see her, Geraldine Champagnier 7-2 against Kerry Griffiths last night. But I'd say it's something she looked so good at the table.
Yeah, G is she's kind of come in last minute this year as a women's pro. Obviously a lot of players may not have heard of her to this point, but she's been a long stay in that French international team, obviously alongside the likes of Marion Jude and Colette Henriksen, and she's just as capable as any of them. So we just see Danielle play a brilliant long pot, and she is going to tie this up at 3-all. And Danielle, since 3-0 and since getting her first frame on the board, has looked a different player. And all the pressure now reverts back to Leanne Cragg, that's taken on the bombardment for the last couple of frames and has to respond. Leanne. what Leanne does really well is when she splits the pack, she's got a really good sense of control on it. That white stays pretty parallel up and down the line, which is exactly what you want as a professional player. I wouldn't say Leanne has an abundance of cue power, but being able to control the ball really well allows her to kind of access more shots than some.
Interested to see a plan here. I assume that she's going to take the one to middle and then maybe there's red cushion first off the back of the yellow to open that pocket. And when she first came to the table, I thought she may be looking at yellows, because the yellows are pretty open. Obviously that one ball on the cushion, whereas the reds, several of them blocked.
Yeah, she was a bit wider off of that pot in the middle, so she's played the cannon. She's played it quite well. The next shot is the shot to unlock the frame, which is this potential ball off of ball, red off of yellow into the bottom left-hand corner. She's a bit thin on it, so this is hard to judge. I'll tell you what, I thought she had it. Unlucky. Played it the right way, just played it plain ball, just to get it to slide, try and get it to slide off. Didn't quite happen, so Danielle comes back to the table. Yeah, missed that yellow. I think she just missed the trick there. If she goes for the open yellow into the top left-hand corner, whilst also another tough pot, she could leave herself the loss of turn with the next shot, which would have given her a tactical advantage. As it is, she's missed that yellow, and she's kind of let Leanne back in a decent position again. All depends now for Leanne whether that red passes into the bottom right. If it does, then this is a good opportunity. If it doesn't, then she's not really got a way and got any way to attack it, so in fact, she's settled here. She's just going to drop the red into the middle. She must be able to pot this. She's looked at it a couple of times. Or is she just going for the pocket? No, she could pot it.
What? I would have bet money you couldn't get a ball through that.
It's Condus commentators, isn't it?
Oh.
The cameras have deceived us once again. But it's going to be this 8 ball for Leanne Cragg, and this would be a good finish actually to get back ahead at 4-3. And she's done it. Good finish that.
Yeah, really nice. As always, welcome to Wigan, joining us on YouTube for this day of action, starting out with action from the ladies, and then 12:30 we'll be turning our attentions to the quarter-final of men's Pro 7. 4 games across the 4 stream tables. Don't forget, this is table 2. The other 3 tables available on the Ultimate Pool app. Also, as we always do, ask you if you would give us a like, give us a thumbs up, and if you so feel inclined, then give us a share as well. The thumbs up is quite easy to find. It's just below the Ultimate Pool logo. If you're on a phone, or if you're on a laptop, it's just beneath the viewing panel. Really does help us push this stream out. So please do give us a like. I noticed that the chat is also on subscriber only mode. Very easy to subscribe, it doesn't cost anything. literally just go to the Ultimate Pool channel and click subscribe. So if you find that you're gagged and unable to say anything, then it really is as simple as that. There's a button that says subscribe. You just click it, click the bell notification, and you'll get notification every time we go live. If you don't want the notification, don't click the bell, but it costs absolutely nothing to subscribe. And then you can interact with us. We do keep our eye on the chat box. So yeah, very good morning to you. Keep our eye on the chat box over the weekend. Feel free to drop us a message. And if there's any questions about the event, the format, anything really, throw them in there. If we can't answer them, I'm sure we can find somebody who can. Always good to have you join us.
Just looking to hide the white there. She hasn't done it. She's left the red in the middle. It was tricky that. She didn't really have much room for error. Obviously, Leanne can now pop this red in the middle, potentially bump the yellow out of the way. Give her a pretty clear-cut opportunity to go 2 ahead again. That's a good shot. Oh, the yellow's going to get in the way though, so that red still goes into the left middle, but just limits her options slightly. Just slightly low here, so could lose the white ball. Natural movement of the white's going to send it into that yellow at the top. Needs to avoid that or flick off of it in a good way. Oh well, she's been a bit unlucky with the flick there because she'd actually played a great shot. This is a horribly touchy shot, and the white ball will be flying. Oh, she's used the black ball. That's a great shot. And now she's hampered. Doesn't get any easier. If she can make this, it is another very good finish from Leanne Cragg. That's a great shot. Brilliant shot. And that is going to send her into a 2-frame advantage again. That's 5-3.
Kirsty Lee Davis now 6-1 up against Sarah Waite. That's on the main arena table. Emma Parker, Becky Watkins 3 each, and Mary Talbot 5-0 against Dawn Wright. As I say, Mary Talbot is on a mission this weekend. Very, very good player. Professional snooker player. Also plays Hayball. Travels out to China, but she's trying to focus more attention on the English 8-ball. It's great to see her playing this game.
Yeah, I was chatting to Mary last night after a win over Ashley Dinsmore, and she was saying how it's really helped the work that she's been doing with Stephen Feeney. She did the UP coaching course, so obviously check that out. But she has been doing some other work with Stephen herself, doing like 4 or 5 hour sessions with him. And she said it's really made a difference. She said, even if there's some things that maybe I haven't taken on board from Stephen, a lot of the stuff I have, and because of that, we seen it a few times last night, Nick, didn't we, where she just had that pin straight cue action that obviously has been supported and kind of helped by Stephen. So shows that the Ultimate Pool coaching system does work. So obviously go and check it out on the app if you're interested in getting coached, or email admin@ultimatepoolcoaching if you're interested in becoming a coach. I think the higher of the 2 yellows goes into the bottom right, but I don't think the one closest to the red does. Just slightly annoy Leanne, because that's what she wanted to try and get out with the cannon.
Got a decent angle here. She could stun down the table and try and move them again. I think she has to, personally. Yeah, she agrees, but catches the jaw of the middle pocket.
It's not the worst result though, because she's got the yellow into the middle and she's got a natural angle just to bump that yellow closer towards the bottom left, which could actually give her the angle anyway to go into them. So a few moving parts, but she's still got an opportunity. Just caught it a bit on the thin side, so she's not really got an angle. Although that final little roll has just given her a snick that she might be able to punch the white over. So let's see where she can get this white. She's opened it up to that corner, but she's not got a shot. That's it's a tad unfortunate. Can't really see a way that she can pot the ball. Maybe she's got a double. Double on the yellow she's closest to, and to the bottom right maybe. She's agreed, she's gone for that double. I'll tell you what, that's close. That's very close. That's a brilliant pot from Leanne. She might have to do it again. She's got a slightly awkward angle on this yellow. I don't know if the black passes into the left middle for her next shot, but this would be a brilliant out if she can get it. She's just having a second look there. Yeah, it's obviously close. This is the frame to get her on the hill, so... Oh, I'll tell you what, that's another brilliant shot. It's come through the gap. Didn't even look on. This black ball for what has been a brilliant finish from Leanne Cragg. Is it going to go?
It is.
It is.
That's a fantastic finish from Leanne Cragg. That really is. She looked in a lot of trouble. Somehow manages to pull it out and retake that 2-frame lead. 5-3. Sorry, 6-3. 3-frame lead.
Yeah, I was going to go and check. Obviously, they got the score updated. That's fine. So it's 6-3. So she's on the hill.
She's played really well. She's absolutely deserved this lead.
You know, when Danielle got back to 3-all, Leanne would have been well within her right, obviously, to get her head down a little bit. You know, she'd had a couple of opportunities, but she's actually just shut Danielle out since. Danielle needs a ball, hasn't got one.
She didn't time the rate that well. And as a result, as you can see on the table, lots and lots of traffic.
This is going to be Leanne's first opportunity to get over the line. All the yellows pot, there's just a lot of traffic. Maybe look to just drop this yellow into left middle now. If she can just hold the white where the yellow is currently, gives her an angle to potentially bump that red out by the 8 spot to unlock the other 3. I'll tell you what, she's got the line perfectly. Could not have played that any better. Gone for cannon. It's a little bit unlucky. She has got a long yellow into the corner, but she needs to do quite a bit with the cue ball. She's going to play that, so I wonder if she'd look at the plant. Potentially. She is looking back at the long yellow. She's going to have to get a lot of cue power on this to get it back. This is a tricky old pot. That's the one place that I would say in Leanne's game she still just doesn't quite look comfortable, is those long pots with a lot of power. So Danielle is going to get another chance.
Decent opportunity this, it's a good layout. Expected to get these. Put a frame back.
Yeah, she's got the reds where she wants them out in the open. It's just a case of not doing anything too silly with the cue ball, letting it run away. Danielle's made so many of these finishes in the past.
It's on the face of it a fairly natural layout.
Yeah, she's played a really good cue ball here as well. Or if it slows, just took that extra roll. Now this is a little bit more awkward.
The one she's closest to. She's far enough away just to be able to stun that into bottom right. That's good.
That shot there just gives her a little bit more breathing room. Sometimes when all of the balls are condensed, it's not as easy to see the pattern. This will be the shot. She's just a bit close to the cushion here, but She can just drop this in. Oh, she's missed the red. Is that going to be the costly one? I think she's maybe been a little bit fortunate to leave Leanne hampered, but other than that, this is a good opportunity. Just left herself a little bit close to the cushion, which meant that she had to come on and off the white. Yeah, we want that to run a little bit. I think it's just come far enough. She's got to drop this one in. Obviously Leanne with that England international experience. Played that with confidence, dropped that in. This is a great chance to see her into the quarterfinals. This would be a big scout for Leanne. Obviously Leanne, obviously being in that top 10 in the world. Some people may think it's not as big a scout, but Danielle Randall has been in brilliant form all year. So, oh, didn't get into the cue ball. Yeah, thought she might have just settled there and left herself the long black, because she pots those 9 out of 10 anyway. But this cut is more awkward. But it's this cut for the match. Oh, and she's skimmed off it. Danielle Randall is going to get a lifeline. Yeah, this should have been over. But
she's going to be a bit straight on this. She's not going to get too close to the ball at the top of the table, but that actually leaves it a little bit awkward. She's got the long shot, the red's quite close to the cushion, and the 8 ball is not hanging. This is tough.
She's dead straight on this as well. This isn't good.
Tough.
She needed to be almost in the pocket there to give herself any kind of angle, but she's dead straight, which is horrible.
I'd have rather come back personally and left a wide angle to cut it in.
Yeah.
Because then you could have put some side and maybe come off top cushion. I don't know how you get on the 8 ball from here.
I think she's looking at going cushion first.
She is, but I mean that's a tough ball to pop cushion first.
That's it. She's left it. And that's going to be that. And I think that unfortunately just sums up Danielle Randall's game in this match. She's just had those opportunities and just not quite got over the line with them. But Leanne Cragg has been brilliant value for money, and she's going to be a force to beat in the quarterfinals. And we will be back with you very soon.
Sorry.
Never happy. We're too hot, we're too cold. Where's the middle? Whoa.
Sorry, Jay. I'm going to get out the line.
Wasn't moving because of that. Right, shot clock, 45 seconds a shot, okay? That's one extension per frame. I'll just be sat in the corner there. Other than that, you rack the balls and you get on, alright? And then obviously just change the scores you go. Okay, alright? Have a good match. Well, I should have said, I'll count down, when it gets to 5, I'll count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, well, it's you lag, okay? Put these in the bin and then we can start.
Straight back into the action on this table, this match. Two of the French international team, Geraldine Champagnier against Colette Henriksen. We mentioned Geraldine during the previous match. In some really good form this weekend. She comes up against a really tough opponent here in Colette. Should be a good game. Expect this to be a high standard. With a spot of bother here. It's always going to be difficult to hold any shape for this ball that's in the cluster. I think this will be a loss of turn. She's tried to pop both and she's lost the cue ball to middle. With ball in hand. That's disaster in this first frame. Cue ball stays on the table, then Colette has to play a really big shot to get on this ball, but ball in hand, obviously a massive advantage. Should be frame over. So we know that Mary Talbot went through against Dawn Wright 7-0. Becky Watkins is on the hill against Emma Parker 6-3. Leanne Cragg and Kirsty Lee Davis we know are already through. Chloe Smithies has won the first frame. She's playing Casey Ranford Norrie on the main table. The other game being streamed at the moment has just started. Sophie Gibbs-Nichols against Amy Beauchamp. And still to get underway, Megan Proctor against Lindsay Roberts. They're waiting for that other table that Becky Watkins is currently playing on. And that will conclude the last 16 from Ladies Pro Event 7. She's a really nice style around the table, Geraldine. Nice cadence. Never see her rushed. She's most definitely not a slow player. Just took her off the shot there. Just taking a little while to settle. You can understand, first match of the day. I don't understand why she's played that loss of turn, but I'm surprised she didn't take the yellow. It's between those two reds on the left hand side. Maybe just remove some of this traffic. I'm not sure actually that yellow went, but maybe the plant to middle, just to... There's a couple of balls that are difficult to get on, and I thought that maybe she could have just moved things around while she was down there. Just create a bit of space. She's got a chance here. She's got the ball to middle. She could drop on the one that's below the 8 ball. She's definitely one of the difficult balls to land on. Finds another loss of turn. Removing the reds from the table while there's still one or two locked up. Don't forget, following this match, we turn our attention to Men's Pro 7 and quarterfinals. Great lineup in those quarterfinals, so lots to look forward to on this Super Saturday. Late ball. Is there, and that's 3-0. Big start here for Colette Hendrickson. Sophie Gibbs-Nichols won the first frame against Champs. Yeah, I was just following some discussion in the chat box about the racking of the balls. And Sean Bourne making the correct point there. So there is a rule that reds need to be racked to the front. However, if someone racks the yellows to the front, if the opposing player doesn't challenge, then it's just given that it's accepted. So if, for example, Colette racked with the yellows to the front and Geraldine said, you need to rack with the reds to the front, and she went ahead and broke anyway, then it would be a foul. So if it was challenged, they would have to swap them around. But the fact that both players have agreed, essentially it's an unspoken agreement, so if you don't challenge, then both players are complicit in the fact that they're happy that yellows are racked to the front. I mean, let's be honest, it really doesn't make a lot of difference. But the point is, you can't, after the player's broken, you can't then say, oh, the yellows were to the front, it's a foul, because you've already agreed by not complaining before the break. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't think there's any players that are actually that bothered, to be honest. And you know, some players, like myself, moderately OCD, would always have to have the reds to the front. There's other players that, you know, whatever's in the rack, if the yellows are front, they just rack them that way. I don't think there would be many players to actually challenge it and make their opponent re-rack. The ruling actually came in, it's all about if balls jump off the table. So reds have a priority, in essence. So let's say, for example, from the break, a yellow and a red jumped off the table. they then need to be respotted. And they get respotted in order. So the red would go on the 8-ball spot if the 8-ball spot's clear, or directly in a line behind it, and the yellow would go behind that. So that's where it comes from. It's all about the order that balls are respotted if they jump off the table. So, for example, if you broke, a very unique circumstance that I've never seen before, and you had a yellow, a red, and an 8-ball jump off the table, the 8-ball would go on its spot, the red would go behind it, in a direct line behind it, but not touching, and then the yellow would go behind that, so it would be 8-ball, red, yellow, in that priority order. Bradley, yes, we are in Wigan. We're right opposite the football stadium, rugby stadium. In fact, the Warriors were playing there last night. They won. Is it Leeds Rhinos? There's a lot of noise coming from the stadium yesterday. Quite a big crowd in. Sounded like a great atmosphere. Robin Park Arena. Brilliant venue. This is the Pro Room. And there's a huge venue next to this with, I don't know how many tables, probably 75, best part 75, 80 tables across there. Yeah, the answer to that, Sean, is yes. You can always just turn up. One-way traffic at the moment. This Geraldine had a chances to get on the board, and it's a different Geraldine Champagnier than I was watching last night. She was sublime yesterday, but it's Colette Henriksen all the way. Has the big advantage of these two French internationals, now leading by 4 frames to 0. Questions coming in about the stream issues. I'm sorry, you're asking the wrong person. I don't know the answer. Certainly the main arena table's working on the app because I was just watching it. So you've got this table and the main arena table. The other two I don't know. I'm sure somebody's looking into it. Main arena is Chloe Smithies and Casey Ranford Norrie. Todd asking, do we think that Declan will ever take the number 1 spot from Tom Cousins? Who knows? Maybe tomorrow. I mean, he's definitely got the potential, hasn't he? He's had an amazing season. No reason why that can't continue. This weekend was, I mean, he's had a couple of chances to take the number 1 spot. And this weekend was another great opportunity, but there's a couple of times now where he's been knocking on the door and then just put in a bit of an ugly performance. And there was one yesterday against Phil Park, and he seemed to be all at 6s and 7s. I'm sure it's in his mind, but at the same time I can't imagine it affects him too much. All these players obviously pushing hard for the win in every match they play. You know, the fact that you can go number 1, does that add too much? Maybe. It's just a bit of an additional pressure. I thought she was on the gap here for the yellow that's furthest right. Would have been the choice for me. Now she needs to find that gap again. Yeah, she's on the gap now. Difficult to see how she gets on this last yellow though. I feel she's going to have to screw back into it. If she screws back full ball, you feel it would pop off the red towards the right centre pocket. I think she's going to be trusting a little bit to luck here. Yeah, she tried to come through the gap and land it. In doing so, took her eye off the pot. Colette with all the reds on the table, she can torture her here. I've just sent a couple of messages to ask if there are issues with 3 and 4 and to get them resolved, so hopefully it should be resolved for you very soon. I know exactly what you're talking about. I tried to get into it. The main arena table is definitely working through the app and through the web page. I think if the outside of these two balls stuck together goes into the middle, she's definitely going to attack from here. She had a good look at it. Pretty sure she's decided that it does. Megan Pock, the Lindsay Roberts game is now underway. Megan's won the first frame. Chloe Smithy's getting pegged back. She was 3-0 up. It's now 3-2 against Casey Ranford-Norrie. Champs is 3-2 up against Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. Slightly hampered here. May just have to drop this in, run the cue ball through a couple of inches to take the one furthest down the table. I don't think she can do very much with the cue ball. That's made it tricky. And she's going to have to cue one. And very, very little margin of error when you're playing these kind of shots. Very easy to underhit or overhit. Or miss, but played with an element of safety. I think she's hidden this yellow. May just be able to get a feather angle, but I'm not sure she can get the potting angle. You can see it bending. Doesn't need a lot of swerve on it. Wow, this is very awkward. Has to take this pot on, but playing from on the cushion. She may even just elect to roll it towards the pocket. No, she has taken it on. I think the reason she took it on there is the fact that the yellow had rolled safe, so it gave her that little safety net. But what a pot it was. Fantastic from Colette Henriksen. Playing from under the cushion. That really was difficult. She's just come a little bit too far here, though. This is in off the middle. She pots it down to bottom right. Cue ball naturally in off. Yeah, so she played it with screw and side. What a shot. Very, very good clearance there. It's Colette Henriksen all the way. She now leads by 5 frames to 0. Queen G with a problem on her hands here. Not got going yet. Here we go in frame 6. Again, another big cluster of balls. Go to the choice. Reds aren't actually too bad. Especially now if she can play this red and just come across and cannon. She can just get like a half ball cannon on the yellow that's closest to this red. It would leave her on the other red for the same pocket with the right angle. Oh, she's just missed it. She missed the other. She needed the ball below. Just okay, I think. I think she can just clip this back to middle. Loads of running side on the cue ball to get the cue ball across to the left hand side of the table. Flick on the 8 has not helped her. She needs to find a shot here. Clip this red back into the pocket. Somehow miss that red. Bottom cushion, side cushion, and back across above the middle pocket. Oh, she's elected to come in below. Now this red doesn't really help her cause. It's a little bit too close to the pocket to make it a big pocket. I mean, she could just miss and flick off the red. She needs to get this really close, so that's in. It's going to flick off the 8. No, went in clean. Similar problem to the last frame. Needs to avoid the middle pocket. She can play it slightly more naturally though. Does it drop? No, it doesn't. Hangs tantalizingly. Green G gets her first frame on the board. She's still going to be trailing by 4, but she gets herself off the donut. She's had a few bites of the cherry to get her opening frame. She finally gets there. Again, just a personal request, if you would be so kind, if you're watching this stream, if you like what you see, then please do give us the thumbs up, give us a like, and just let us know. It does help us. If you don't like what you see, then turn it off. I don't mean that. Edmondson needs 2 more. Just had the message through that all of the tables should now be working on the app. We apologise for any issues there have been during these first couple of hours of play. Hopefully you haven't missed the game that you were keen to watch, and there is tons more action to come today, so all 4 streams should now be up and running. Can Champigny mount a comeback? Potting like that. This is I've said it earlier, but this is a very, very different player to the one that I was watching yesterday evening. She was not missing anything. It's just not happening for her out there, is it? Never know either, you know, when you're playing a teammate who's probably, you know, a friend, or, you know, maybe you've got like that kind of friendly rivalry between you. Maybe she's got, you know, a little psychological edge, who knows? You know, when they play each other, can happen. Needs to make this combo shot. Loss of turn's no good because all the yellows are in the open. So she needs both of these balls to go. When you're playing it from just above, still makeable, but just adds a little element of difficulty. If you're right behind it, these are much easier. Oh, great shot. Wow, lost the cue ball though. That's no good. Very, very good pot. thought she was going to be in good shape, but can she get through? No, she can't. I don't think. Well, maybe she's looking at it. It's past the red. Needs to reach. No. Was there a cushion? Yeah. Don't. Is that ball in hand? No. Not sure what the players agreed. Oh no, the cue ball of course hit the side cushion, didn't it? I think that's what Geraldine was asking. She said the red didn't. Did the cue ball hit? And it did. It went straight towards the cushion. Nice telling snooker though. That's a really nice hit. Very difficult to judge the line when you're that close to the cushion. Very well done. But she has left Geraldine on her one difficult ball. Left a plum on it as well. Yeah, good spot, Sean. You're absolutely right. I must admit I wasn't watching the cue ball at all. I was looking at the red and how it wasn't going to reach. She wants to leave this ball at the bottom of the table to allow us to get on the 8. It's an obvious link. Probably takes the one furthest up the table now, the one in the middle of the table. Nice, just leaves the fairly natural angle. She can just stun off the side cushion, come down into the line of the shot. Two now. On the comeback. She's definitely got the talent to come back into this game. And she's just starting to find a little bit of momentum. It's her break in the next. If she can find a frame in the next at 5-3, I think Colette will really start to feel a presence. Casey Ranford-Norrie has been behind Chloe Smithies all the way through her match, but she's now taken the lead and she's 5-4 ahead. Just 4 minutes left in that match. Don't forget, in the main arena, those matches are on a 50-minute clock. These matches are not on the clock, but they are on a shot clock. So they're not on a match clock, but they're on a shot clock. 45 seconds. It's a nice pot. Yeah, I agree, Sean. Geraldine would be capable of finding that extra gear. Problem is for her, I mean, that last break was an absolute monster. And how she's not potted a ball and left this table wide open. Still need to play a shot here though, Colette. Yeah, that's not it. That's not it. She's got a big problem now. Neither of these shots are nice. With hampered cueing, it increases the difficulty fivefold. This is high tariff now. And look at the yellows. If she misses here, yellows are wide open. Geraldine will be very hopeful of getting out of a chair, but whoa. Hangs it over the pocket. Thought I was going to drop for a second. Just pushes it towards that far knuckle and it stays up. So, Champagny, another chance. Tell you that across on the main arena table, Casey Ranford, Norrie and Chloe Smithies are 5 each and there's 1 minute 20 left on the clock. If they can't make a quick clearance in this last frame, it's going to go to a 6 red shootout. It's getting more tricky now for Geraldine. Now she needs to pull a really big shot out of the bag. Great pot. Great pot. She can play the combo. She just needs to think about, if it doesn't go, where's she leaving the cue ball? Doesn't want to leave a double. No, she's not got it. And she kind of has left the double. She's left the kind of cross reverse double. She places half ball. Get that cue ball spinning. Take the double, get the cue ball off the bottom cushion and back across for the 8 ball. There's a chance. Casey Ranford, Norrie and Chloe Smithies has gone to a 6 red shootout on main arena table. We'll keep a close eye on that one. If I get the chance, I will send this stream across there if this game goes to break. Some way off with that effort. I thought she may take on the double. I thought the double was easy in the pot there. The red, I don't think has come to save her. I don't think it's come across the path of the yellow. If it has, she's been very, very fortunate. But there is a fairly easy snooker. Just bump off this yellow on the top cushion, hiding behind it. Do you know, I think she has covered it because she's not looking at the pot. So it is going to be the snooker. She may... Yeah, that's not well judged. Needed a much thicker contact and more pace. Again, left the double. Just looking at maybe playing safe. Wouldn't be a bad option, you know. Play the red half ball, send the cue ball down here. Leave a very, very tough pot. Don't mind that option. Could have been a bit closer to the cushion. So let Geraldine get a hand on the table. Well, it's a bit of a gift. Another one that she can play with abandon, really, given where these two yellows are. No pressure on this shot whatsoever. That's going to hang. But this was the thing. I mean, she had no pressure on that shot. She left that hanging over the pocket. You know, what does Geraldine do from here? Needs to pull out an absolute miracle. And that will be Colette Henriksen going onto the hill. Big chance there for Geraldine to go 5-3 and put the pressure on, but not to be. Runs aground, and Colette Henriksen marches on. She needs one more. Don't want to take you away from the conclusion of this game. If Geraldine had won that frame and there was a couple more left in this, then I was going to send you across to the main arena to watch the 6-red shootout between Ranford Norrie and Smithies, but this obviously could be the last frame in this match. I know there's a lot of people tuning in to watch this one, so I don't want to take you away. I'll keep an eye on it for you. Casey Ranford Norrie's taking a 6-red shootout around about 32 seconds. Really decent time. There's still some play left in this one, so I'm just going to quickly send you across to the other table where you'll see Chloe Smithy's reply.
Really get the balls out, and this is going to be a problem for Chloe. Still not great. And this is taking, well, she's already got to 10 seconds now. If you're Casey, you're feeling very happy indeed.
This has got to be no miss, Paul, from here.
Yeah, at some pace as well.
Don't think she's going to do this. This is going better now.
No, that's the end of that.
That's the end.
Casey Ranford-Norrie setting that very good time. 32.24 is enough to get herself through.
Well, just pop across and see that one. The wheels came off for Chloe Smithies. Not often we get a chance to see the excitement of a 6-red shootout, but not much to see there. The break just didn't come out for her, and it all went wrong. It's the England international Casey Ranford-Norrie who goes through into the quarter-final. Very good match from her. So we just stay here now for the conclusion of this one. Yeah, 6-red shootouts are never a pleasant way to go out of a tournament. But, it does add to the excitement, adds to the spectacle as a player. Yeah, never good to be on the wrong end of one, especially, you know, we've seen people lose 6-red shootouts in the final of a Pro Series event, you know, when there's a trophy and 10 grand on the line. Notably, was it Shane Thompson had a buzzer beater against Craig Waddingham, won it with like half a second to go. That was heartbreaking for Waddingham. Yeah, it do happen, and you know, there's some people are for and some people are against, but the one thing it does is it creates a lot of drama, and it's all about making this sport accessible, making it watchable, and trying to bring some excitement to it, whilst trying to stick with the traditionalist. I mean, remember, there's only one table of about 80 something tables that actually have the match clock and the 6-red shootout, and that's that main arena table. You won't see such a thing across on these side tables. Always playing to a conclusion. Another frame there for Geraldine. That shows you the importance of that previous frame, doesn't it? She can make the clearance there. She's now 5-4, and she would very, very much be back in this match. But it's Colette still in control. 6-3, still needing one more, but Geraldine stamps another one onto her side of the board. Oh, cue ball, sure. Kicked it off into the middle pocket. You never see anything in the way of emotion from Geraldine. She has the same expression. Whatever happens, takes it on the chin. yellows. Look very, very good. It's probably just about one shot, and that's going to be the transition. So this shot, transition down table. Super chance now. She's done all the hard work. Drop this to middle. Dead weight. It's been a great performance from Colette Henriksen. You have to say she has been well deserving of this win. And the lady from France, the French international, Colette Henriksen, she beats Geraldine Champagner, her French teammate, with a convincing 7-3 victory. And she is through into the next round. We turn our attention now to the men's game. Men's quarterfinals, and we'll be back with the action very shortly.
position. Wherever I'm facing, I can always see that from here, I'm facing that way. That's where the problem is, obviously, Matt. For this one, if we can just get through it, because I think next year, I just a little bit faster. But if we've got that and that hurts, instead of sitting on this side, if that's on that side, problem solved.
It needs to be plugged in. I've got to do it.
This was the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
So to make it bigger,
I'm trying to find a solution. I thought that.
Yeah, all I could do was make that bigger for you.
No, it's just the fact it's behind me, that's all. Isn't that only because I feel like iPhone, look at an iPad. Could you do it by screen mirror?
We haven't got one. Doesn't allow.
Yeah, it's not a smart TV, is it?
That's plugged in.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking through AirPlay. I was just saying, I didn't realise I've got that. If I can only type it, I was trying to set that through AirPlay with an iPad. I've got an iPad and a camera. I can plug it in, put it on the side. No, I'm good with text. So I did text on it. But I didn't realise I could just airdrop it, screen mirrored it to another one. Back on that side, problem solved. So I can see it on both sides. Obviously, Joe, saying that, you know, there was a chance that it's going to be a situation where it's really bad. And I'm hoping that, you know,
Yeah, it's 45 with an extension.
He said it was funny on the screen.
Yeah, it's just 15.
I'm happy with that. I don't mind, it's him.
I think that's good enough. I think that's pretty good because turn the sound up on TV as well. Sure.
Semi-final was the one that on both. Not like I kept it first anyway.
I don't know. 45. And reset.
Yeah. But if the semi-final is on this, then we can try and get between the iPad and my laptop in. Yeah.
Semi-final will be on there, wouldn't it?
Oh, will it? Okay, that's right.
Semi-final, final.
Yeah.
Remember, you've got 45.
Never been there.
We've got 45 on here anyway, yeah? You've got 45 on here anyway rather than 30.
Yeah.
So you've got longer
if it's
anyway.
all right with you, we usually all go and stop there in this situation, if it comes up to say 15 seconds, if you don't mind, try and go 10 seconds.
It would be coaching.
Yeah, it can be not coaching because if that can be coaching because when that beeps, then let them know.
5 seconds.
Okay, that's fine. If you let me know in 5 seconds, as long as I've got the same warning.
You'd have the same warning as Joe.
But obviously, we have to be a bit of forward thinking because he looks at the time, thinking coming out to 8 seconds, and I'm facing that way. Then obviously, it's come up and it's 6, 5, come up past 5 seconds. Then I'm getting it there. He can't stay that down. If he gives me that 5 second warning, saying to anybody else, then I'm not going to do that. Now just let me know when I'm hands down.
The only way that
just give me a quick reminder.
If I actually walk around and actually read them, you're not going to be able to do that. You're not going to do that. Actually, back over there, I got it down. He's got 2 deaf children who's very disability aware. Mark could put his hand up on 5 seconds. Say his coaching. No, not coaching because when it beeps, it lets them know. When someone puts a hand up.
Somebody's saying it's safe, it would be in the rules.
It would without your authorisation. But what you're doing here is putting me at a disadvantage. I'm working with you. All I'm asking is that.
On in parallel, the ones that haven't yet started will be doing so shortly on stream tables 2, 3 and 4 as well. All that coverage available on Ultimate Pool YouTube channel and on Ultimate Pool TV. This has been quite some weekend so far for Chris Melling. There was a moment in his first round match where it looked like he was about to offer his hand to his opponent Zach Shepherd and appeared to think that he was done in the tournament. Then switched up a gear, reeled off 3 frames in 3.5 minutes.
3 minutes, 1 second. Come on, let's get it right. Sorry, I had to jump in there because you are the stato man.
Well, it's worth clarifying because what a performance it was. I mean, it was just insane. There was nothing in the way that he'd played in the first part of that match that gave any indication of that performance to come. Set up a 6-red shootout, then pulled out a characteristically good time in that shootout. Ooh, almost pots the 8 ball there, though.
Yeah, and then he did for Jimmy Croxton last round. He went 6-0 up very, very quickly indeed. It ended up 8-3. But are we seeing, I mean, hey, a little bit closer now. Are we seeing the old Chris Melling suddenly emerge? He's not won an ultimate pool event this year. What is it? What's the stat? He's won one every year since it started.
Yeah, he's the only player. He's won at least one pro title in all 4 seasons of Ultimate Pool that have been completed. He's the only one that can keep that record going, but to keep it going, he's going to have to win. There are 4 more pro events this year, these 2 pro series, and then European Open and Pro Cup. He's going to need to win one of those. I'm not sure if the Pro Cup may count towards next year's rankings. I'm not sure how the rankings are done, so he's got at least 3 events, let's say, to win that title. And he's off to a pretty good start in this match.
Yeah, and the crowds all emerged. Well, they pretty much emerged for Mark Quirk's interview, and they've stayed there now to watch Chris Melling and Josh Kane in action. This is the tie of the quarter-final, really. Has to be said, that's why it's on this table. Melling in full flow is a sight to behold, Mark, isn't it?
I mean, there's no better sight, is there, that you can see just
I
how
think of a
box
couple,
office
but
here.
on the pool table, no.
You saw yesterday the 6-red shootout drew the biggest crowd of the day. Players who were milling around the arena or involved in their own game suddenly all crowded around. And given that it's, 10-1 on Saturday, there's a lot of matches still going on. There are a lot of people elsewhere in the venue playing. It's already a big crowd. Maybe we'd expect that once we get through to the semis and final tonight. Shows what a draw he is. This man at the table, though, Josh Kane, has been a top player for a long time, but seems to be pressing on in the pro ranks over the last couple of seasons. 2 Ultimate Pool titles last season. Last man standing, in memorable for how little pool he played rather than how much, but got the title there. Pairs Cup with John McAllister, and then he's had some deep runs in Pro Series events. The man on the up in the rankings and on the march this weekend.
Nice split there from Josh as well, and he will be eager just to show there's 2 players in this arena.
Red Bull's in play.
Yeah, that's the thing when you're playing Melling, you can't afford to let it become the Melling show.
That's it.
And you also can't afford to get drawn into playing the same stuff. You've got to play your game.
Then Josh is one heck of a tidy player. Very cool under pressure. Laid back lad, but very focused. And this is going to be 1 each. And are we in for one of those memorable battles that we see in these quarterfinals?
welcome to those joining us on YouTube briefly while you're waiting for the next match on table 2 to start. Those are the other stream tables you can see on the left of shot. The end of the women's match going on in the middle of the 3 tables there. Been watching the last 16 action from the Women's Pro Series already this morning. That quarter-final is almost complete now.
Yeah, I think I was right at the bottom now on table 4. I'm sure that's Phil Parkin. Recognise his shirt. They're just about to start his match, I think. Melling. Oh, how 2 goes going in off in the middle. But is he going to be dry? He is going to be dry, and just look at the yellows. Just seemed to take a bit off that one. I know he can hit them harder. Yeah. The stern look there because he knows what he's left. Josh Kane.
Extension call.
It's the thing, when you've got a break as big as Chris, if you don't make a ball, you're very likely to leave a good layout.
Yellow balls in play.
What you also know when you're playing Chris is that you're going to get some chances. He's not somebody that wins his matches by keeping things ultra tight and freezing his opponents away from the table. He wins his matches by steamrolling his opponents, going for everything in sight. But there are times when that can lead to chances being thrown around that you maybe wouldn't expect, and you've got to make hay while the sun shines if you're his opponent. Josh Kane's looked very focused this weekend. Looked like he's expecting to do well. He means business. For those watching on YouTube, we're about to switch back to the match on table 2. For those that want to continue watching this match live on Ultimate Pool TV and on the subscription of the Ultimate Pool YouTube.
Welcome back to the action across on table 2. Hopefully you enjoyed a bit of action there from the main arena in that Chris Melling game. As Mark said, if you want to continue watching that, you can via the Ultimate Pool app, but we are going to concentrate on this match, which is an intriguing game. 2 players that are in some serious form at the moment. This is Joe Prince versus Carl Morris. Joe is on a hot streak of form at the moment. He was 7-1 up yesterday against Stevie Dempsey. Stevie pulled it back to 7 each, and Joe managed to get across the line, and it's been playing really well ever since. Carl Morris is also having a great run this weekend. Both players finding themselves here, which is quarter-final stage. So this match, to get themselves into the semi-final, there'll be a lot of eyes on this trophy, with a lot of the big names already departed. Obviously still a lot of great players in it. Chris Melling is the firm favourite with the bookmakers at the moment, understandably so, but all these players are going to have a say in it, and these 2, you wouldn't put it past either of them lifting their first trophy with Ultimate Pool. Certainly Ultimate Pool UK, Joe Prince had a lot of success over in the States. Carl Morris gets the first attempt and a decent chance as well after that kick in off from Joe. Well over 2 decades have passed since Carl Morris lifted that world title at just the tender age of 21. Back in 1999, was it? He lifted his trophy, somewhere around that era. I always get the year wrong. finished a bit awkward here. Wanted to come lower down the table, and he could just play that gap naturally through the yellows, come back out for the 8 ball. He's going to have to through this back out. Needs that to slow down. It doesn't, so he's going to have to take it long now. It's not bad. Off the yellow? No. Needed a flick on the yellow on the way through. So remember, these guys are not on a match clock, but they are on a 45-second shot clock. So then usually you see the referee at the back of the room, and you haven't seen him there all the way through the weekend. That's a reasonable adjustment that's been made for Carl Morris. Carl, I'm sure you're aware, is deaf. Oh dear. Session there from Joe Prince, that cue ball going straight in off, so instantly gives the frame away. Big mistake there. Yeah, so the referee at the back of the room is there to signal. So he has a TV screen at one side which will give him the countdown, but the referee at the back of the room is there to give him the hand gesture of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, so he can see it from both sides of the table. Obviously, the other players get that audible cue from the referee as he counts down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Carl clearly doesn't hear that, so Ultimate Pool always trying to make it fair and just, and that's, as I say, the reasonable adjustment that they've made. Game 2 Morris. I tell you, Chris Melling's 2-1 up over on Main Arena. Not a particularly good break. Didn't get too much timing. Didn't get the power through the pack. And this is the result you see. Going to be taking on yellows here. Just okay. He's trying to come further down table. Not an auspicious start so far from Joe. It's been a break and kicked in off, and his second visit was a pot and then off and a concession. So he'll want to quickly settle into this match. That's good. Needs to make sure he doesn't finish straight on this last yellow. Even angle, and it's nice and simple. Perfect. And one frame each. Don't forget all quarterfinals on stream. Ian White 4-1 up against Phil Park, and Chris Day, John Chambers still to get started, waiting for a table. Stream table still in use by the ladies at the moment. Ian White now 4-1 up over Phil Parkin. Phil Parkin was flying yesterday, but Liam White's come tearing out the blocks. That game on stream 4. Almost lost that cue ball again. Fired towards that middle pocket. It was only the pace of it. Caught the knuckle and stayed out. Has to be Reds. Does he have an opener? Don't think so. He's got a yellow, but we want to take yellows here. Tried to get that cue ball across and push the yellow into a better position. Doesn't get there. And the yellow and the 8 ball, major problems here. Chris Melling 3-1 up now in the main arena. Clever shot from Joe, doubling off the red. The yellow may just squeeze past now into that top right pocket. Still got the 8 ball to deal with there. Melling now 4-1 up. So a big shot here for Prince. Needs to cannon the 8 ball and land. Well, a possible double, but very tricky. Oh, gets a flick. Does it drop? Oh, goodness me. An ironic fist pump. And the players, what's that all about? Goodness me. Miss the double. Takes a tiniest flick on a red and sends it towards the pocket. Didn't look like it was gonna, it had the legs to drop, and it just falls over the line. Joe Prince gets away with one. Players have a little wrestle. Questions about the balls. Yeah, so essentially the same as you used to. Cue ball just a fraction smaller than the object balls. I believe, and I don't know for sure because I've not seen a data sheet, but I believe they're the same weight. They are, however, just pop the 8 ball over the pocket. It doesn't. Carl didn't realise he potted a ball. He didn't realise he potted a yellow as well. So he puts the cue ball over the pocket, and Joe says, "No, it's all right there. I'm happy with it. He potted a yellow." Okay. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I used these balls the other day, and they feel heavier. I'm not sure they are, but maybe someone said they were just slightly more dense. Someone else said that when they're new, they come with like almost like a lacquer, like a film on them, and maybe that makes, I don't know. Mark Quirk, when he was talking earlier, said that they're a fraction heavier, so they play just a little bit truer on this cloth. I mean, I have to say, I really like playing with them. The weight. It just feels quite reassuring when you're playing a shot. Just personal opinion. I played 3 or 4 frames with them the other evening. It felt decent. I'd definitely be interested in getting a set. Again, personal choice. They've definitely split opinion in terms of I like them, I hate them. I've heard people say they're going to boycott Ultimate Pool until they get the reds and yellows back, which I think they'll be waiting a long time. It's a bit drastic, but as I say, everyone's got personal choice and they vote with your feet. I quite enjoy playing with them. I think it helps as well that they're brand new, doesn't it? When you get a brand new set of balls, they do just feel a bit nicer. They give you a little bit of a psychological confidence as well. It's like when you get a new cloth on your table. As they say, about 70% of this game is played between the ears. Carl Morris, having thought that he dry broke at the start of this frame, just about to make it 2 each. Yeah, I agree, Sean. I mean, you know, they're not traditional if you want to play 9 or 10 ball with them, but it gives you the option to do so. Also, you know, you could set up some pretty decent practice routines with these, couldn't you? You know, just set them up randomly on the table, and you know, maybe set up all the reds and the 8 ball, and have to take them in order. You know, just throw them around the table. That'd be a really good routine for positional play. Got to take them from 1 through 9, perhaps. You know, it's that kind of thing. Also, I think people don't realise as well, with Hayball, the Chinese have some massive betting markets. I'm not that familiar with them, so don't quote me on it, but I think, you know, they bet on things like the amount of points that will be potted off the break and things like that, you know, like an under-over line. I think that's very popular over there, so it also opens up options for that. And we had a conversation about this yesterday. The other thing that it does, it kind of, you know, with pool, with the growth of Ultimate Pool, and you know, as money gets better, then, you know, there's so many players at the moment going out to the States to play over in the States. I think there'll come a time where the Americans are attracted to coming and playing here. And then it becomes, you know, the balls are just slightly more familiar to them. The Chinese market as well. There's a massive drive at the moment to get pool into the Olympics. And then it kind of standardizes it more. It's just a little bit more familiar with for the Asian players, for the American players. I mean, the question for me, and a lot of people have said, you know, what's the point of the numbers? Why the numbers? I mean, my question back to that would be, why not? I mean, how does it detract from the game? The players won't care. It's going to make absolutely no difference to them whatsoever. The traditionalists amongst them will say, yeah, but it's not in keeping with the UK game. But so what? I mean, just say, how does it detract? If there's no upside, or you know, maybe there's no downside either. Does there have to be a side? I don't know. I think there are upsides, but you know, if you can't see an upside, well, say what's the downside? Interesting debate that we had on that yesterday. In the meantime, another decent clearance. Now, does he try and screw back into the yellow to open the pocket for the 8? A little bit of danger in that. You'd have to be precise. Moved it now. Oh, that's a super shot. Where's the 8 ball going though? Oh, that could have been nicer, couldn't it? Just half a roll less and that would have been perfect. Udini's going to have to find another escape. Maybe you can just find the potting angle here, or is he looking at a double? I think maybe he can just get through. No, it was a double, fired it in, and had to play it with that pace to try and straighten it. Doesn't make it. Joe doesn't have to attack here. Could play the double, but I think it's just going to be the snooker in behind. Just bump it out. Get him behind. Try and get himself ball in hand. Gets it now, but doesn't get a cushion, so ball in hand. Looks like Josh Kane's weathered the Chris Melling storm over on the main arena table. He was 4-1 behind. It's now 4 each. He takes the lead 3-2. Frame 6. Pots are red. Bangs the table as he sees those two reds come together on the top cushion.
Attention call.
He's got an opener on yellows. You could definitely make a case for yellow here. The reason I say it, those two reds at the top of the table, how do you break them open? Surely it has to be off this shot, doesn't it? Was yellows. And those two yellows have come together. And Joe has an opener on reds at the bottom. Could have seen him go reds there. So could have used one of these reds at the bottom to open and then use that red below the bulk line to open up the two at the top of the table. He's tried to leave an angle on the one to middle to come and break open the two yellows just below. But he's come too low. Looking now if he can land behind. Too much angle on the one, the bottom right. Wrong angle on the one to middle. You'll have to come back for it. Now that's the right angle. If he's thin enough, he'd like to thin this in and go cushion first into the back of the two yellows, because then you can't fail to be on the one down the rail. If you go into them directly, it could go wrong. Cushion first is ideal. If you go into them directly, it could go wrong. He's left a plant. That's it. Josh Kane has now gone 5-4 ahead. Over on the main table, having been 4-1 down. Navigated a decent clearance here as Joe. Missed to go 2 ahead. And get to the halfway mark. Missed it. Missed it. Liam White's beaten Phil Park in 8-2. Made quick work of that match. Gotta say, after watching Parkin yesterday, thought he was favourite going into that game. But he's not turned up today. It's going to be a run in behind. Break the 2 balls open, lay the snooker. Just sneaked out. He's left Joe this one at the bottom of the table, but very little he can do with it. Might just be able to get through to the line to try and double it back. May just rolled onto it. Yeah, it's not a bad shot. That's a very good shot. Okay, he leaves Carl. Bit of a double, but nothing to fire at. Dangerous double too, with that 8 ball being where it is. I like playing off the left of these two, trying to run in behind the one on the right. Lovely. Beautiful shot.
Extension call.
Get enough side on. Pro Event 8 is well underway. Shane Thompson 5-2 up against Sean Sharkey over there. Sean Chipperfield, Cy Fitzsimmons 6-8. Stevie Dempsey 6-3 over Viv Mack. Cole Bedford 5-2 up against John Chambers. Jaden Billingham 6-3 against Rob Warren. Josh Jahatz is 3-0 against Matt Cook. Hitan Patel 2-1 against Dick Brennan. Already through, Aidan Hughes against Callum Singleton. Neil Rayburn against Darryl Whitworth. John McAllister versus Sean Ash. Eddie Barker beat Dave Fernandez 8-1. Ian Alley through against John Rowe. Ben Doyle through against Greg Batten. Harrison through against Shepherd. Tom Jones versus Andy Williams through. Dylan Leary beat Luke McAvoy. Al Cope beat Brian Halcrow. Story beat Hampson. Zach Cooper beat Christy Caulfield. Jez Graham beat Christoph Lambert. Jimmy Croxton beat Tom Cousins. Wow. Hadn't spotted that one. That's 2 first round exits for Tom Cousins. Goodness me. How often do you ever see that happen? Oh my goodness, Joe. Gone in off every time. What is going on with his break? Josh Kane has now won 5 in a row. He's 6-4 up versus Melling.
Extension call.
Didn't play for the Cannon, but it's not bad. Pushes the yellow out, gives him some more space to work with. Yeah, electing to play the plant. Can get through to the far yellow, but Carl tends to play within himself. He recognises that he doesn't have the most amount of Q power in the game. Can't generate that much Q power the way he Qs. He's got a very, very hybrid Q action. You feel that he wouldn't be particularly good on a snooker table. I don't know that, but it's doesn't really feather the ball. Well, that's flown. That has flown 3 feet further than he wanted it. Yeah, wasn't blessed with Q power. You'll see that with the Q action, it's a little bit kind of stabby, and there's a big pause before he delivers the Q. Doesn't really feather. Little flick, not wanted, but should still be fine. We're still accessible to a couple of pockets. Could come down and land on it now. Take the leftmost ball and screw down the table. Yeah, looks like he's taking the left one just to run through and take the other one to the middle for them to come back down table. Nice angle. Easy to overrun this though. Luke J asking were the numbers on the balls ever supposed to be visible on the string cameras? I don't believe so. I'd hope they were, and I think when somebody said that there were going to be numbered balls, I got quite excited, thinking that that'll make commentary easier rather than saying the red 2 from the right near the blue spot. I could say the 7 ball or the 8 ball, but then subsequently talking to some of the other guys who have been more involved, they said no, you're not going to be able to see the numbers. So I don't think it was ever the intention. Wowee, how can he land there? How can he land there? That's obscene. That is absolutely obscene. He's turned his back to the table, he's disgusted. He's full ball snookered on the 8. Yeah, I don't believe they were ever supposed to be. I mean, I certainly can't see them from here. I'm sure you guys can't. So my eyes aren't the best anyway. I can vaguely make out a number on the yellows, but I can tell you that the black ball's got an 8 on it. That's about the only one I do know. Some effort, just fires the cue ball down the table in frustration. Like the only place that he could possibly land where he gets that leave. I mean, you'd think there's nowhere on the table that could be safe, and he finds the only place wedged up against the yellow at the top of the table. That's disgusting. He couldn't even go one cushion because the yellow was in the path down table, so Kevin O'Malley making it known his distaste for the balls for about the 18th time this weekend. You know you don't like them, Kevin, but you're letting us know. I certainly, like I say, his mum, I'd never stuck into anyone for their opinion. There's certain things I don't like. Don't like Brussels sprouts, but don't feel the need to tell everyone. No, Sean. Foul on the black is not loss of frame. Apologies, I'm not quite sure what's happened there. Sorry, I'm not sure what happened there. But we're back. No, there was a Joe snookered himself on that 8 in the previous frame. Tried to bend to get out of it, fouled, and conceded the frame in frustration. Just launched the balls around the table. Oh, it was unlucky, wasn't it? How can you land there? I don't know where they use them actually, Kevin. I'm not sure. Is that affiliated to UP? I mean, I'd kind of be surprised that if they would, because there's only a limited amount of sets in the country, I think. I know the pre-orders are going in for end of October, early November delivery, so honestly don't know. I mean, maybe they're shipping all these that they've got here. They've probably got 100 sets here, so maybe they're shipping them down. But I don't know enough about the wider game in the nationals and things like that to know who it's affiliated to, and is Ultimate Pool involved in that? I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, I know aesthetically people have got a very mixed view on them. I can tell you from first-hand experience that, number one, they look better in person. The cloth looks better in person as well. I've never seen this cloth look good on TV yet, but actually when you see it up close, it actually looks pretty good. And the balls look better in person. They play really well. They do play really well. They play nice. But yeah, you're never going to please everyone, and it's one of them. Kind of is what it is. And look, I'm not going to say that they couldn't have done better with the look. I think the reds could have been different, and they would pop more Yeah. But do I hate them? No, not really. Cole runs aground. Again. Overruns his position. Yeah, like I say, to play with, I think you've got to just give them a chance and actually play with them, because they play quite nicely. And when you see them in person, in fact, I've actually got about 10 sets under the desk here. I was thinking about nicking one. Oh, they're empty boxes. I'm not going to nick an empty box. I thought they'd left me about 10 sets of balls under the table, but it's a bunch of empty boxes. I was just about to pick one up. There's just a bit of a reassuring feel to the connection on the ball. I don't know what it is. They do. I think if you look at the data sheets, they're supposed to be the same weight, but they do feel heavier. They definitely feel heavier. It's a bit more, like when you play with the American balls, that kind of heavier ball, when you kind of get that reassuring feel when you make a connection. The cloth and the balls together, I think, and I'm not talking about the aesthetics, I'm talking about the way they play. I think the cloth and the balls together make quite a good combination. I don't think Tom Cousins thinks they do, because he's gone out first round in Pro Event 7 and 8, so be interested to have a chat to him whether it's the balls. The weird thing is, I can say what I like about how they play. It's kind of irrelevant, because it's like everything, isn't it? At our level, you don't really notice that much difference. But when you you could probably pick up. Well, when I say our level, I'm talking about my level. You could pretty much pick up any cue, and it's okay. It's like a tennis player, isn't it? If he picked up a racket that was just a few grams different than his normal playing racket, he'd absolutely know, and it would change the whole perspective on his game. And it's similar with this. When you get to the pro level, they play so much, and they're so used to their conditions, their cue, the balls, everything, that when you change something, it changes massively for them. Whereas for us, for me, it probably doesn't change it that much as like a club player. Yeah, you see the comment there, a gram heavier. Possibly so. Look at it. This is unbelievable from Joe Prince. That's his 5th break and the 5th time he's gone off. That is unbelievable. That's crazy. How is he still even in this game? He's gone in off every single break. It's a wild break, don't get me wrong. He's putting so much power into it, and he's losing the cue ball time and time and time again. But to find a pocket every time is ridiculous. Luke, I think I agree with that. That I would have probably gone with just make the red solid. The colours okay. I think it could have been a little bit more vibrant. I would have probably gone for a more solid ball, rather than the big stripe on it. But again, I think there's a number of factors, isn't it? It's about creating an identity for Ultimate Pool. Anyone who sees these balls in a year's time, they're going to know it's Ultimate Pool. They'll be synonymous with Ultimate Pool. And as I say, maybe making it a bit more accessible to Asia, to the States, to China. I was talking to Joe Fanto at the World Championships a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying that he's riding Hayball coattails because there's a massive drive to get pool into the Olympics. He's trying to get on the back of what the drive from China and get English 8-ball in there. And then, if you've got a lot of different nations, a lot of new nations competing at this on this table using these balls, that they're more familiar, aren't they? They're a little bit more familiar to Asians and Americans, the spots and stripes. I did hear, so the question about do I think they'll ever change the cue ball size? I mean, the answer is I don't know, but I did hear that the one thing that Ultimate Pool do is they react to feedback from the players and from the community, and I know that Mark Quirk was talking about getting a set made with the bigger cue ball so people could try it and see what they think, see what the feedback is. I know it's been a massive argument in pool for years. It's a weird one though, isn't it? Because we've always played with this smaller ball. As long as I can remember, it's been a smaller ball. Obviously, the people talk about the States. Well, in the States they use a bigger cue ball for the same reasons. The cue ball is bigger than the object balls, so it feeds down into a different direction on coin-op tables. So, who are we falling in line with? I don't know, and why actually? I've seen so many people say that no one will take the game seriously until the cue ball's the same size as the object ball. But why? What difference is it actually going to make? It changes the game slightly. But it's not like having a bigger ball is an advantage at any level. And the other thing is, obviously, every pub and every club, you'd be going to, they still have to have a mechanism to get the cue ball out. So the pubs would still have a smaller cue ball. So you'd be going into a club playing with a bigger cue ball, then going into a pub playing with a smaller cue ball. Then you go to an event and you're playing with a bigger cue ball. I mean, where's the consistency? And Luke asking, do we think it's an advantage choosing yellows? I actually don't. I played with these balls the other day and I don't see any different. Someone else said to me that you've got a definite advantage if you go for reds because there's more contact points. You can judge the line better because you've got that line around it. It's just, and you're saying, is there an advantage on yellows because they're solid? I mean, I don't think there is. I don't think there is on either. You could make an argument for both sides, but I don't think there is. So what Surtees referring to is Mark Quirk was interviewed on the main arena table just before the start of that Chris Melling match, probably about an hour ago. He was out there for about 15 minutes and he talked about where Ultimate Pool are and where they're going. And you'll never hear a guy that's more passionate about the game. I can guarantee you that. Mark's high-functioning autistic and ADHD, and he quite happily admits it. And his passion just comes out in absolute spades. It's crazy. And if you get a chance, I'm sure they'll post that up on social media, but if you do get the chance to watch that back, it's a fascinating interview about what Ultimate Pool are trying to do, and one of the things was to put pool into schools, just everything, just to make the game more accessible, bringing leagues in for next year. making the Next Gen series bigger and having dedicated weekends for them, all kinds of stuff. I was listening to it, but I can't remember half of the stuff he touched on, but fascinating if you get a chance to watch it. All round table. That's really interesting. Let me tell you something. Mark Quirk is one of the most accessible people that I've ever come across. Look him up on Facebook. Drop him a private message, and I know he will respond to you. He loves to get involved. He loves a good conversation. I would definitely recommend that you get hold of Mark. If you want the in, just mention that I'd said for you to message him, because if there is a big drive, then he'll be behind it, and he can put you in touch with somebody to facilitate that from Ultimate Pool. So do contact him. Oh, there you go. Luke says the interview's already up on the UP Facebook page. That's fascinating. They've already got that up. I thought it would be up there quite quickly. Do watch it. If you can't find Mark on social media, then drop me a DM, and I will happily put you in touch with him. Ooh, cue ball just stays up. Just stays up. Probably going to be lost a turn here. I think he's knuckled, so he can't actually see the ball at the top of the table, so red onto yellow at the bottom of the table. Try and run the cue ball in behind the other red. Not bad. May have just left a gap through to this yellow at the bottom of the table, but I think the yellows are tied up enough to take on that shot. Asking what excites me most about the future of the sport. In all honesty, the thing that excites me most is probably similar to you, is the accessibility of the game and the fact that we're really engaging with children now, which actually is part of my day job. I work within engineering and I run early careers, or part of it, for a very big company, and I spend a lot of time in schools engaging kids with engineering and into apprenticeships and things like this, just to let them know what their options are, anywhere from 8 years and up. And now pool's becoming so much more accessible with the Next Gen, and anybody from any level, with the league system in place, anyone from any level can join Ultimate Pool and find their place, which I really like. And you can be competitive and play for decent prize money at any level, which I think is great. But it's the engagement with the youth You know, they're the future of the game, aren't they? As much as we like sitting here watching Carl Morris play or someone like him, it's all about the youngsters who are up and coming. Looks like he's got the advantage in this frame. Always interesting to hear from you guys in the chat box. Really is. Been involved in the game for years and commentated for many years, and never get tired of having conversation and discussion. You know, it's always interesting to hear different people's views. Oh, what a shot from Joe. Pick that one out. Double now. If he picks out a finish from here, this will be obscene. That is a ridiculous clearance from Joe Prince. Right out of the top drawer. Brilliant from him. Yeah, you can see what he thought about that. Little pump of the cue. That was fantastic. Joe celebrates the fact the cue ball stayed on the table. People around the table asking if Devon struggles for good quality tables. Does it have some good? Yeah, they have some great clubs around Devon. There's a new one just opened in Torquay, which is fabulous. I haven't been there yet, but I've heard it's one of the best out there. There's a few good clubs in and around Plymouth. Jez Graham's involved in one, Darren McVicker another. Yeah, there's some really good clubs in and around Devon area. I think there's one down there in I'm trying to think of the guy's name. Alan. Tony Holgate would know. Bodmin. Yeah, Melling 187. I see the question there from Aces 4, but we've had quite a long discussion yesterday and today about the balls, and I don't want to harp on about it. But yeah, a number of different reasons. I'm sure they'll come out over the weekend. The biggest one, I think, creating a brand identity. So yeah, I don't want to bore everyone with continuing to talk about the same things. This is going to be another unbelievable out from Prince if he gets these. These last 2 frames have been crazy. Oh, he just misses the cannon on the 8. Alan Bartlett, Luke. Absolutely. Don't know how I could forget that name. Come on, this is ridiculous from Prince. Surely he doesn't get these. Some effort to even get down on the 8 ball, but yeah, he had to come up short there. That would have just been the most ridiculous couple of frames. I think Morris was breathing a sigh already for a second. So I'm going to have to quickly run. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Extension call.
I missed too much. Lots of angle here. Can't hold this. Gonna run into the 8 ball. Needs a full wall contact. Could go wrong. No, he screwed across the face of it. That's better. It's a better option. I wasn't sure if it was just too much angle to be able to grip it and get across table, but he's fine. Carl Morris inches back ahead. What a good game of pool this is. Frank Davis is Cyborg. iRobot is Christophe Lambert. Let me ask you this. Is there a more appropriate name than Top Cat? Number one player, wins everything, nicknamed Top Cat. Try break now for Carl. Two games still ongoing. The John Chambers Chris Day games only just got underway on stream 3. They were waiting for the table in a big battle in the ladies game. He's held that one up. Chris Melling, we know, is through. Liam White already through. Liam plays the winner of this game. Chris Melling plays the winner of this game. Liam plays the winner of the Chris Day John Chambers game. What a start John Chambers has had. Has he made 2, 3 finals? Another deep run by him. Some player he is. When he first came on the scene, a lot of people, who is this new player? But I mean, John's been around for a long time. Very experienced player. Played for England. Blackpool rules for quite some time, along with his brother Rob. Yeah, Tom's name because his initials are TC. In the old cartoon, Top Cat, they used to call him Hey TC. But everyone in the chat box is too young to remember that. No one. Anyone here remember Top Cat? Hey TC. Foxes is old enough. Thankfully there's somebody here. That's a dibble, yeah. They don't make him like that anymore. They don't make him much like Carl Morris anymore either. You'd remember Top Cat. He's vintage. I think he's still the right side of 50 is Carl. Darren McQuicker, yeah. It'd be quicker than Darren McVicker. Houdini gets himself on the hill, 7 frames to 5. I'm going to say he's just about value for the lead at the moment. The Prince, just not happening for Joe Prince in terms of his break. Those 5 dry breaks definitely hurt him, although he's managed to stay on par. Oh, he's so close to losing it again. So close to losing it again. It is a dry break. The thing is, like, Joe's playing middle to middle, so this is a break that he uses in the States. And you get a lot of power in it, but you see, if you watch it back, you see his body movement. As he draws his cue back to come through with the break shot, he lifts his body to create more space and try and get more power. And the problem is with that, as you lift your body, change the line of your cue fractionally, and he's not hitting centre ball. He's not flush one yet. So it means that instead of coming through and flushing the break, you're coming across it just a fraction. You're hitting the cue, the front ball, you know, kind of essentially quarter ball, sending the cue ball into the middle pocket. Yes, this is English 8-ball. It's exactly the same as you see any other time you watch Ultimate Pool. International rules, just they've introduced a new set of balls. Still reds and yellows. Yeah, interesting round table that I'd heard similar. The Ultimate Pool were engaging with Mick again. Like I say, it's only rumours, I don't know anything official. But who knows? Good to see him back next year. There's quite a number of players that are cut breaking. These aren't. These two players, I don't think that it's just not part of their game. I don't think I've seen either of these cut break, but a lot of players are. Dylan Leary, for one, he was cut breaking all the way through yesterday. John Chambers 3-0 over Chris Day. Haven't even had a glance at the Challenger Series yet, so let's have a quick look at the state of play in Challenger. Oh, we're down to the quarter-final. Justin Ashley, Tom Kennedy, James Nesbitt, Mitch Travis, Stuart Gregory, Mark Billingsley, and Tom Jackson, Charlie Earnshaw. Charlie Earnshaw making another deep run. Some player, that young man, isn't he? Wowee. He's going to be some kind of talent in the future. Great to see him play in that 2,500 a man event last weekend as well. And he went out early, but still great to see people having that faith in him.
Got to sort the screen out. Sit down. Sorry. Time running.
He's got the red to bottom left, and may even be through on the one to top right now. Needs to play this with some pace so to get the other red out. Is he on this red long? Even if he is, it's not going to help him much, because that other one's not come out at the top of the table. I mean, I know why he played it that way, because he's left a recovery ball at the bottom of the table, but surely there, if he had taken this ball at the bottom of the table, he would have left a better angle to come across and punch into the one at the top. Carl just doesn't have this kind of cue power in his arsenal. See what I mean? It's just not... I mentioned it early doors, it's not his game. He doesn't have that kind of the Deck Brennan, Tom Cousins cue power where they can get into that ball and draw all the way back up the table. His cue action just doesn't lend itself to it. Gives Prince a good chance to get one back. I still fancy this for Joe, especially if he can take this frame. One dry break or mistake from Carl Morris, and it's back at 7 each then, and he's got the break in the decider. So this is a big, big frame. Key shot coming up here. Pop this, screw back into the yellows. No. Does this go? Oh, they all pop. Doesn't need to dislodge them. Didn't realise you could get through to this one. Well, that makes life easier. 7-6. Morris still needs one. Joe Prince keeps himself in the game. It's ladies quarter-final action on the main arena table. There'll be ladies quarter-final after this game as well. Well. Dry break. Joe Prince with the first chance. And Reds are not too bad. Easy opener. Everything has a pocket. Just the pattern that's a bit tricky. Got that lone red over on the left-hand side cushion, which he could go after now. Yeah, he does. He's on it. Bit tricky though. He's just come and bumped into the yellow and stuck the cue ball down this end. Probably still has to take it on. Just screw the cue ball back a couple of inches, and then he's got the plant at this end of the table. I think he has to take this one up the cushion now. He could widen the angle and play this off the yellows, but it's risky. Yeah, that's what he tried. Didn't like that. Didn't like that. Didn't think he needed to. Somehow gets away with it, but the table becomes more and more difficult. And he's still potting, but you feel surely putting himself into trouble. If he could take this ball, cut this ball up to top right, come back across to the left-hand side of the table, and then potentially would have a combo, but say it's just becoming increasingly high tariff. Will the cannon onto the 8 ball help him in any way? It's pushed the 8 ball a little bit guarded and a bit safe. Will that come to his rescue? The yellow that's tied up next to the red in the middle of the table, I mean, that's a... He's playing a loss of turn. I think that's risky. I'm not sure he needed to play that. So for me, if he takes the yellow that's 3/4 of the way up the table on the left-hand side, the top right, he could have come back across the right-hand side of the table and then cannon the yellow that he just played then down on, played the plant down into the bottom right-hand pocket. I mean, Joe's been pulling out some ridiculous shots. What if he pulls another one out here? I think he's just going to tie the 8-ball up. We saw this yesterday when Leary played Brennan. Leary had a chance that he didn't take on. And eventually lost the match. Will Carl Morris regret not taking on that finish? It was there. It's risky too. Joe can't go from here though. Doesn't want to pop this ball either. Doesn't want to take it off the table. If he pots it, he has to go. So no attempt whatsoever. Kyle in complete control of this frame now. Has the more chess pieces in play, so important. But Joe's wishing he pushed that red just a fraction closer to the pocket here, because he could have played the double red into the cushion, then off the red at the top of the table, and sent the cue ball into the, try and break the red open that's tied up. So it's just going to be another dead weight. Carl's a wily player. That 8-ball looks like it's now accessible to both bottom left and bottom right. Not now. He's just tidying it up even more. Joe may be forcing to go in here. He is. Too much angle. Can't get into the red and 8. Just too much angle. Can cut the red in. Doesn't do him any favours. Is there room behind the red? Could he play into the one on the left hand side and screw back in behind the red? No, not looking at it, just looking at tying the 8. Bumped the 8 out. That's disaster. Pretty much handed the game over to Carl Morris. Played that way too hard. Bumped the 8 out. And now Carl can go. There's no chance that he's doing anything here but going game. No pressure. 2 reds at this end of the table, causing no problem whatsoever. If he runs out of position at any time, he can pull back and play a snooker, but he's in A1. Cannot leave the yellow over the bottom right pocket till last. Gonna take it now. It's okay. It's okay. The tricky ball to get on is the one closest to the left side cushion. He was trying to leave an angle there to be able to either drop the one into middle and play onto that, or leave an angle on this ball to screw down onto it. He's got neither, but he's still okay. Just needs to work out a plan for getting on that ball on the left side. Oh, he's missed. Carl Morris just stabbed at that. How have he missed there? But again, it comes back to the fact that there's no real pressure. I mean, Joe, yes, okay, he's got a thin clip on this red, but can't do anything, can't hold any position. Again, does he try and just dead weight into the red and just try and hide the cue ball in behind the 8? Try and tie the 8 ball back up. No, it's a double, it's in off, and that's surely. Oh, wow. The red's come to help him. This is only saving grace. I mean, Carl's got ball in hand, so he can dislodge it immediately, but if that red doesn't go there, this is a 10 out of 10 finish, because Carl can just immediately get on the difficult ball on the left-hand side. So much so, he's not even going to go game here. He's going to play loss of turn, which I'm not sure I like. I mean, you've got ball in hand and you're on the table. Why not just put it below the bulk line, pop the yellow that's just below the cue ball now into the top right pocket. Don't like it. Not for me, that. I mean, it's great snooker, but he's playing the percentages. Anytime you let your opponent back to the table, you're risking him pulling something out. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people that argue and say that's the right shot to play, but for me, you've got ball in hand, you can put it anywhere on the table. Surely you just put it so you can cannon your yellow out. Well, now he has got ball in hand, so he rolled the dice and the percentages have come out in his favour. Yep. Might be form saying it's the right shot. Just a question of opinions. I mean, it wouldn't have been the shot I played, but yeah, it's absolutely worked in his favour. But you imagine, you know, the 1 in 20 times that Joe comes up with the miracle shot and pots it, and you sat there thinking, what have I done? It comes back to the old poker analogy, doesn't it? You know, you can only go into a hand as favourite, and if you're putting yourself into a situation where you're 90-95% favourite, then that's all you can do. But you know, he had ball in hand. Really enjoyed this game, I have to say. I really have. He's just pulled up in time there. He can stun this down to get onto the 8 ball. Another roll, and he'd have had to send the cue ball around the table. He puffs his cheeks. Big sigh of relief. Carl Morris books himself a place in the semi-final. He will be absolutely over the moon. Wow, there you go. You see his reaction. Fantastic from Carl Morris. Really enjoyed that. And there's going to be a little bit of magic tonight, because at 6:15 it's going to be Carl Morris against Chris Melling, and that really is winding back the years. Pal Morris v Chris Melling. The other semi-final, Liam White will take on the winner of John Chambers and Chris Day. We are back with the action in a minute. We're back with action from the ladies' game, and it's ladies' quarter-final. There's one going on the main arena table at the moment, and there'll be a game here, but I have been on air since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm going to step away for a break and go and grab some food. So you'll be able to watch this game, but there's not going to be any comms on this stream for the next hour or so. In fact, I think we're going to have the ladies' game, and then there's going to be a break until 5 o'clock. So that's the game you've got coming up. Kirsty Lee Davis against Becky Watkins, and a cracker it should be. Enjoy the game. So I'm just going to go and grab some food, and I'll be back with you at 5 p.m. See you all soon.
No. Playing, I bet. People call you Becky. Dickhead.
Apart from that.
Oh yeah, come through. Come on. Okay, now. Yeah, but the other power pen, I'm not sure about. I think it's power pen. I need to find out. What time? I think 15, 5 to 8. 5 to 8.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
I need a break. I've been on for 3 now, so I'm gonna go and have a cup of tea. I'm gonna go and tell them, but I need to get this to work first. plugged in on this, so it's just going to come up on the screen. We won't get anybody saying 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 because it makes a sound. Okay, it's on 65, so it's pretty loud. Yeah, that's why I said it.
Yeah.
That's why I was put it down here. Just put it 15 seconds and you can hear how loud it is. See how loud it is. Kirsty, you just listen to this and see if it's loud enough for you. It's pretty loud. I can turn it up a bit louder as well. This is what it'll look like on the screen. Make sort of sound out. That's definitely not going to work. It was working before. Is that yours? That must be yours. Let's try it again.
Start doing star jumps in a minute. Are we alright to carry on?
Yeah, we can get started. Well, it's because it's on a time. I'll just go back to this. One more try. Do you want going on that? Do you want me to count down from 5?
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah, would you rather do that? Yeah. Perfect. Right, we're ready to go. I'll just count. This will just start turn off.
extension called?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your women's quarter-final. Becky Watkins against Kirsty Lee Davis here on table 2. If you are interested in games going on elsewhere in the arena, you can catch Lindsay Roberts versus Casey Ranford-Norrie on stream table 4. That's currently tied at 3-piece. And you can also catch Amy Beecham. She is 4-2 up on Colette Henriksen on the main table. How you can access those games? Well, you can subscribe to the Ultimate Pool app, or you can become a member on YouTube as you're watching along with us on the YouTube app as it is. Speaking to Becky Watkins before this, Becky really wanted to make it a thing to obviously make her maiden semi-final this year. She has a lot of consistent runs to quarterfinals, but it's just been a bit of a stumbling block so far this year for her. Kirsty Lee Davis needs no introduction as women's #1 for a very, very long time. Obviously until Marion Jude came along this year and stirred the pot a little bit. Kirsty was over at the World Championships as well in Ennis representing Wales. Not what she intended. She has hit a ball, but she has left Kirsty in here, so opportunity for Kirsty to get the first frame on the board. Nice opening shot from Kirsty. These should go, just needs to leave that final ball as that read into the right middle, you feel. I remember speaking to Kirsty it probably was at the end of last year as we were obviously wrapping up the season, and I quite like to obviously ask the players what they think their qualities are, what they think they want to work on for next year, just as kind of signs of what we could see for the year after. Kirsty really does kind of back her kind of potting as well as her ability to kind of cue with spins and sides, which is something that does catch some of the women players out. Not Becky. Becky's a very good spin player. But having that in your locker just allows you to get the cue ball to places that other players can't. As well as this, Becky Watkins has also got a really good social media presence as well. Becky does a lot of social media posts in regards to different exhibition shots that can be done on pool tables, little guides as well, so it's an opportunity to go and check those out and support Becky. Just looking into the rankings obviously for this year as things lay. I mean, Becky Watkins breaks the top 8. She's 8th in the rankings as things stand. 3 quarterfinals and 2 last 16s in her CV. It has been a pretty strong year for Becky. 1 or 2 first round exits, but in the standard of the women's pros, that is going to happen. Kirsty, on the other hand, obviously has that 1 title to name. She's got 3 semi-finals to go with it, so another very consistent year from Kirsty as well. Some may question why she's only won 1, but the standard women's game has been even stronger this year. Some of the players that have come into the ranks have nicked some very good results, like Casey Ranford-Norrie, who's currently in one of our other quarterfinals as a fresh face. You've also got the likes of G Champagnet that have won games this weekend. Lindsay Schultz has had a good year as well, so there are a few names in there now that are causing those upsets. This is a good opportunity for Becky to get on the board. That one's going to be probably the red that she's actually closest to at the moment. It's very, very thin. You can see that she's looking at it. It's a tight gap to kind of get that red past the yellow and plant the red over the pocket. I think she might have been looking for an angle with the shot before to land there. Just wonder what angle she's got on that red to the bottom right now. Whether she can maybe screw the gap again and flick the top yellow of the 2 on the left-hand side. Just that she's eyeing up potentially doing the cutback plant. It's a tricky little shot. It's decision time. She's going to. I think she's going to look for the angle again to try and play the plant. In fact, that's even better. She's just naturally made a free ball plant that's going to knock the yellow out of the way. It's a touch fortunate, but she'll take it. Just got to make sure she doesn't let the first red run away when she plays this. You want to hit into it pretty much full ball onto the yellow. And if you do that, then you'll be able to keep the red exactly where it is. That's not bad. And she's just got to stretch again. It's just a question of if she goes into that yellow, will she be able to see enough of the red to the right middle? And this is a stretch as well, so where that yellow that's on the top cushion plays really big. So Becky there just putting her extension on her cue. That shows how much of a stretch this is going to be. Really, she's really close to this yellow. She's got to be really careful, which is why she's just pulled away. I think she can just about pot that into the right middle. It's nicely done. Just needs to tap the plant, and it's slightly off the wrong side, but just hold it into the far side of the pocket just to hold the red. She just doesn't want to move the white or the red too much here, because you can easily just lose the red to one of the side cushions, which is what she wants to avoid. I think if you just drop it in, dead weight, full ball, red on red, then it shouldn't be an issue. She's going to pick it back. Try to be careful this doesn't bounce out on her. Oh, it tried to. I think it just double kissed in. That's a little bit fortunate, but she'll take it. But it has been a very good visit from Becky Watkins, and this will settle her down. And that is 1 apiece. Great finish that from Becky. This is a game for two very similar players. Obviously, Becky and Kirsty are both ultra-attacking players. Both love to go for the clearances, so having the ball split out in the open probably suits both players. Tactically, maybe Kirsty has the slight advantage. So, for Becky, just has to back herself on her own department. And try not to get dragged into any other games by Kirsty. Yeah, that's a great opening shot from Kirsty, just knocking that problem of yellow over the right middle. Knocks all her work for her. So this could be a very quick response to being levelled on. Just loses the white slightly to the top cushion. She can play a shot here though. See it there, she's just pointed. She's going to pop the yellow in the middle and just go full ball into that red that's between the two yellows. And plays it absolutely perfectly. That's a brilliant shot. Just absolutely perfect here. Maybe has one shot to play just to come out past that red in the middle of the table. Yeah, just had that one shot to play. I think she might have been a bit frightened of gripping the cue ball too much and sending it towards the middle. Maybe putting it towards that side cushion, but that is quite a big error, unfortunately, from Kirsty. She was very, very close to finding the potting angle there, but she's not got it. And this is a big ball in hand for Becky Watkins, because she can land on her two problem reds on the left-hand side. I like the idea of taking the one to the top left first, keeping yourself on that line and then playing the red into the bottom left after. I don't like this, because if you just go for the natural pots on the two first, then you're not playing any cannons, you're not risking going out of position. But this is risky, because if she doesn't get the cannon right, she's not going to land on the ball. Oh, in fact, she needed to pot the reds. Oh, that's disaster. Yeah, Becky won't want to watch that one back. And that's going to be 2-1 to Kirsty. Massive let off for Kirsty Lee Davis there. Frustration for Becky. Becky back on the break. Yeah, I think Becky needs to win this frame now, because moments like that really stick in your head if you start to lose a couple in a row. It's a good break. It's a bit of a messy split. They just didn't quite split for her. the safety that she wanted there, but so many balls that are kind of tied up in this bottom left-hand corner that it doesn't really make much of a difference whether Kirsty goes for the frame or not. How about that for a split? That's ultra aggressive. That's a great shot from Kirsty Lee Davis. She might have to go for the cannon again though, just because those two reds are clustered back together again. She did go for it. Didn't get it. There's not a lot for Becky Watkins to go at here. This is... everything is very tied up. Tried to play a lost return, tried to play it thinner, didn't get it. She's put another yellow in the way though, so there's more traffic for Kirsty to deal with. Gets one red out, another one's still stuck. It's the problem of having so many that are kind of stuck in the cluster, is that you can only really get them out a couple at a time, maybe at a push. And if they're not quite there, then there's always one that ends up just sticking in the pack. But that is a brilliant recovery. That's a wicked double, that. Provided no silly business after this, this should be 3-1 Kirsty Lee Davis. See that use of the side. It's another great shot. And one thing I would say, watching Kirsty a lot of the time, is she almost like bullies the cue ball. The way that she puts the kind of cueing through it, there's a lot of power behind it, and then the spin takes after. That's a great finish from Kirsty. And that's 3-1. Yeah, another tricky split here. The reds are slightly favourable because, once again, similar to the last frame, just loads of clusters of yellows around the table. It's a bit of a wild one from Kirsty, and she's gone in off. So Becky comes to the table. Try and pump the white ball through here to open those up. Gets one of the reds out, but doesn't achieve both. She may have a double on it, so this might not be the worst case scenario in the world. Has to pull off a good pot here though, cushion to cushion. That's a great pot. So we're all going to be about that red. I believe the double is on because the gap's big enough, and I don't think that the yellow covers the natural path for it. Right, that's gone wrong. She might have a gap for the red to the bottom left, but it's not a nice angle. She may be tempted with taking the double now, maybe. Looking at her there, she's close to it, so there is an element of control, but because she's hampered, this is where the judgment gets tough. She's big double this. She was not far away, but she does get second option, and the red's gone back where it was. What are the chances of that? Becky's having a bit of a smile about the chances of getting the fluke and putting the red exactly, another red exactly back where it was. It's crazy. That's a funny little shot, that. You could not do that in a million years if you tried again. She's still in trouble here in this frame, though. Just looking, there's a long red. This is a horrible shot. Try to slow roll it towards the pocket. It's not the worst idea. If it's just sitting on that cushion, it's not ideal. It's not bad, it's just not great. The reason for that, exactly as shown just there, is that Kirsty has a hiding place now. Okay, she might have left Becky the red into the bottom left potentially. But there's still loads and loads of work from here. She has just rolled it in. I wonder if she believes if she can just drop this red in dead weight into the top left, whether she can still leave that double. It's not the angle that she'd want to play it at, though. It's a nasty angle. She has tried to roll it in dead weight. She's not got the pot. She's hung the red over the pocket, so she will have an opportunity of doing something potentially with the next shot that she gets. Kirsty's not in a position to clear up here, so there is still some longitude in this frame. Longevity is the word, not longitude. I messed that up. Although, a foul would help. Ball in hand for Becky Watkins. She can sit herself right on the double, so this is a much better opportunity of getting this double. What Becky almost needs to do here is take out of her mind the potential of what she's leaving and just pot the ball. Because if she does that, then she's got a great opportunity to get out. Perfect shot. Screwed out, got the white into the middle of the table. Just wants to land now somewhere just to the right of the middle. If you were to put the white dot in the centre of the table, just somewhere just to the right of that would be absolutely perfect. Doesn't want it going off anywhere. So don't try and get too exact with this shot. That's the only thing I would suggest. And that is about perfect if it stops. If it stops, it's still okay. Because she can cut this back and she's got the group of yellows there to hold the white on. Just needs to make sure of the pot. Got really good connection with the screw back on that cue ball. It's going to be this pot for 3-2. Oh, she's missed the 8. And I think Kirsty might torture her a little bit with this next couple of shots. Trying to hide the white ball. There's no way that Kirsty can go for a clearance from here, so has to opt to hide the cue ball, you feel, with the first shot. Oh, that's risky. I wonder if Becky can double this in the middle. Whether she's got enough of the 8 ball to do that. She thinks she does because she's digging on it. Not to be, and that black ball's going to hide beyond the yellows, is it? No, it's going to sit, so it does block a ball for Kirsty, so not frame over yet, but Kirsty can just play up and tuck up here. Exactly like so. And now Becky is in a world of hurt. She needs to get out of this, she needs to hit it, she needs to get it safe. She's unlucky. Didn't quite get the line, didn't quite get the swing. And Kirsty Lee Davis is going to get ball in hand. She's just looking to see what she can do in terms of targeting that yellow. It's not easy. So that's why she's gone for a tuck up again. It's a clever shot. You get the tuck up, but at the same time you just promote another ball to be able to cannon into the yellow and black with if Becky was to miss. So it's a bit of a 2-in-1. Hits the black, gets a lost turn. It was hard to be able to get that black ball out to a position to cause any damage. So kind of had to just hit it and then hope that Kirsty is going to mess this up in some shape or form. From the shows we've had so far from Kirsty, that doesn't look like it's going to happen, but You never know. You never know with a game of pool. There's that shot. Running side just to swing the white ball out. Where's that white ball going? Oh, well. It was close. It was turning as well. It was spinning that way. Luckily, just catches the top draw in time for Kirsty. Yeah. And she's going to steal this one away from Becky Watkins. Drops a chalk under the table. Nothing wrong with a good bit of chalk, but always manages to run away from you when it falls out your pocket. And that's going to be 4-1 to Kirsty Lee Davis. Yeah, it's all swung on that third frame. Becky goes 2-1 there. I think the game changes a little bit, but the way that she lost that frame, it was a bit of a wrong decision, but also at the same time, it was just the way that she missed the red, I think has just really hurt her here. Because she would have thought in that situation, you know, that I've got this in the bag. Becky's a very confident player and kind of struts around when she's in that confident mood. Needs to regain some authority in this game, and it needs to start here. Makes a ball, also makes the white. That's unlucky. Slid off the pack a little bit, but didn't feel deserving of going in off. And this is a good opportunity for Kirsty Lee Davis. In fact, it's a great opportunity for Kirsty Lee Davis. Both yellows, all reds are very makeable. I agree with Kirsty, I somewhat prefer the yellows. It just feels like there's slightly less traffic going that way around. Just needs to make sure. Don't want to rush ahead in this finish. There are still little things that can go wrong. The 8 ball's going to be the big issue going yellows. So I say big issue, it goes in the right middle, but it doesn't go to its natural pocket, which would be the bottom right. Kirsty will just play a shot down the table now for the 2 yellows that are near the bottom. Just needs to slide past the reds, does that with the sides. Lovely shot. She might, even with the angle that she's on, she might come up and play the higher yellow that's closest to the left-hand side cushion. Is she a bit short? The way she's looked makes me think that that yellow does pass into the bottom left as well. Just about gets there with the cue ball. It's a little bit short. Is it short enough that she has to change where she's putting the white? See how she plays this. Looks like she's digging with some side. She's going to swing round past the red, and she's missed the yellow because of it. That is a lifeline for Becky Watkins, if ever I've seen one. Because there was no way that I'm sure she thought she was getting back to the table once Becky got down to those last couple of balls. Sorry, once Kirsty got down to those last couple of balls. Becky plays a good loss of turn. If the red had followed in, it still would have been fine, but it's a turn will do her. Kirsty's looking here at a one cushion pot. It's makeable. Well, I mean, it's a bit unlucky to follow the white in. Didn't really get close to the one cushion escape because she just was digging on it a little bit, but this is a good opportunity for Becky. She can play the outer red of the two, I think, into the top left corner and play it as a shot to nothing, just to hide the white behind the other red when she plays it. And then if the ball goes in, she's got the red into the bottom right. I think that is the shot to play. I think she'll probably agree with me on that. In fact, she pushed through. She was confident. Good shot. And now this really does need to be 4-2 for Becky. She's got the reds exactly where she wants them. Yeah, I mean, look at the connections here. This looks pretty spot on. Yeah, this has been very good from Becky Watkins, and that will make her feel a whole lot better getting back to 4-2. So you got Becky back at the table again. This is not the nicest opportunity. There is a way to work this out actually with the reds. She just needs to find a first ball, which, being stuck on the bottom cushion the way she is not ideal. So she's going to rescind. She's going to hold back. Has she put that red in a safe position? She has, so that's going to add some length to the frame. Yeah, this now becomes a bit of a jostle between both players to see who's going to leave the opening ball. I'm sure neither player is looking at yellows at the moment, although they may do now that Kirsty's parked that red there. Yeah, this is now an even Stevens between the colour sets. Becky just opting to go yellows there. Completely the highest yellow of the three in the middle to the bottom right. It's just how you tackle the others. What order you take them in, because the work up the top end of the table is also difficult, and that needs to be targeted using those three yellows. So interested to see what pattern Becky takes here, because it doesn't really look like there's an obvious pattern to take. Kind of similar here for Kirsty on reds now, that yellow and red on the left-hand side are really the awkward ones. The two reds that she's closest to at the moment with a white are also a little bit awkward, but they can be landed on. So work to do for both sides. Seeing the position that Becky's in at the moment. Yellow looks quite straight. She might be able to just screw the white straight back into the problem cluster where her arm is with the red and yellow together. See there that she's pumping up the cue with a load of backspin, and there it flies. It's a great shot. She's not landed on the next pot. She just catches that a little bit thinner. She would have had the shot with the yellow in the middle. So she's been a tad unlucky. It's just obviously letting Kirsty know that yellow is not frozen to the side of the top cushion. It's almost what you call a bit of like a dump shot. It's not really gained her anything, but it's made sure that Kirsty can't pot an easy ball. Kirsty missing there. Does give Becky a small opportunity here. It will mean that she'll have to play a really good shot from potentially the last yellow, which is closest to the top cushion, to land on the yellow that's in the bottom half of the table. Needs to give herself loads of angle to be able to play that shot. But cannoning the reds means that she can't get there. I don't know if she can see the yellow. That's the shot she needs to play. She's looking there, can she come off one cushion and still make the ball? And at least give herself some sort of shot on the final yellow from distance. Yeah, that was a tough shot. Queuing off the cushion. And you need it to come off another cushion to be able to make the yellow. It's hard to sight the angle with that. And this is the first open opportunity that Kirsty's had in the frame. And then potting that ball, it now means that Kirsty can attack the frame. There's a couple of shots to play, just moving the white up and down the table. So you've got the two up at the top ends. And quite a large space between them and the rest of her work. So it's all about finding the right shot to kind of transition the white up the table. the shot she's going to do that off of will be the next shot she plays. If she just drops the white in, drops the red in, sorry, and leaves the white where the red is that she's going to play, gives her a nice angle to do that. Or is she going to play with loads of spin inside to get there? She's left herself slightly on the thin angle, so she's going to be playing a cannon into the next red. She'll be putting this into the top right, and then cannoning the ball that's closest to the top cushion. It's not ideal, but she'll accept it because she has a fairly straight pot. With this into the left middle. Doesn't need to do too much with the cue ball either. Just has to drop it in and just roll past, hampering herself. Exactly like that. And this is pretty much the pot for the frame. That's very well played. It's going to be this black ball to open up Kirsty's lead again to 3 at 5-2 once they've updated their scores. It's 5-2 to Kirsty Lee Davis. Four other scores on the doors from the quarterfinals of the Women's Pro Series 7. Amy Beecham got over the line on the main table earlier on against Colette Henriksen. She won 5 frames to 2. Leanne Cragg is in really good form today. She took down Danielle Randall earlier, 7-3. She's now taken out an in-form Mary Talbot, 7-2. So Leanne Cragg into her first semi-final of the year. And the other match going on Stream Table 4, available on the app and YouTube membership. Casey Ranford-Norrie is 6-5 and on the hill against Lindsay Roberts. Be a brilliant event for Casey, obviously her first year as a women's pro, making a maiden semi-final. And in the situation that Becky's in at the moment, obviously in a 1st to 7, 5-2 down, she essentially, to win the match here, needs to win 5 frames to 1 in the next 6 frames. So cannot afford to lose this frame or the next, you feel. But she has made a ball, so she is going to get first opportunity. All going to be dealing about this red. The red that's stuck in with the 3 yellows. She's got an angle to cannon into it now, but got to be really careful that you don't lose the white ball here. So she wants to ideally probably hit the yellow top of the 3 and use that as a buffer to cannon into the other two. Doing it that way gives her more of a chance of staying on that red. If she ends up hitting the red first, then it's very easy for the red to still stick to the two other balls in the mix. Yeah, just skimming off of it. Unfortunately, you're going to lose the white underneath it as well. So it was a tough shot, but it just wasn't quite executed from Becky, and now she's got to find a hiding place because she's not going to be able to find a way out from here. There she goes for something completely ridiculous, which I can't see her doing. She can probably just hide the white on the bottom cushion, but Kirsty is going to snooker her any second now. Kirsty definitely has the tactical advantage now in this frame. Just needs to push the white free, just because they're quite close. You've got to be careful not to push it. That's very well played. Tried to generate a bit of power with that. She's done okay here. She's managed to find a hiding spot. Don't think Kirsty can cut this outer yellow into the bottom left, so it means that Kirsty will have to tuck up again. No open pot available. Oh well, the fact she could play the plant, didn't see that on. But that's a great shot from Kirsty, and now this is an opportunity to get out. Becky putting that extra red up towards the top of the table does mean landing on the yellow at the top is now a lot harder than it was. But it's still possible if Kirsty can find the right angle. Well, she's gone up for it straight away. If this sits on the top cushion, this is a brilliant shot. It's slow. Is she on it? I think she's on it. And if she is, that's a brilliant, brilliant shot. Yeah, she is. Brilliant shot that from Kirsty Lee Davis. Tackled her difficult ball early. I wonder which other World War #1 does that. None other than TC, Tom Cousins. Another Welshman as well. Will be in action later today. This is brilliant from Kirsty. Signs of why she held that #1 title for so long. And a reason that she might be holding it again by the end of the weekend. Just have to make sure just a little bit tricky cue and just going over all of the reds. Good shot. And that is going to be 6-2, and that's going to put Kirsty Lee Davis on the hill. Becky looking back at this, as I say, that frame 3 was massive. Just missing that red and giving Kirsty that frame kind of was the end of it. Becky's had odd opportunities elsewhere, but nothing really to really bite your teeth at. It's more just kind of having to split balls and chase efforts and things like that, and sometimes if it's not your day, those things just don't happen, and that's just how it feels it's gone for Becky Watkins today. In glimpses, she's looked at her brilliant best, but there's a reason that Kirsty Lee Davis was #1 for so long, and it's reasons like this, because she has the ability to just mop up those mistakes and punish you if you don't get things right. But Becky is going to get another chance. It's now going to be a breaking dish for the win from Kirsty. Goes dry. Becky, I think, just needs to get to work here. Just, as I say, Becky is such a good player when she just decides to free flow and just go for her pots. And I think she just needs to do that now. 6-2 behind. She misses first ball. Wasn't an easy opening pot, it has to be said. But this is probably the opportunity that Kirsty Lee Davis would have wanted for the win. All the balls out in the open. Loads of room to manoeuvre the white. She's played that first shot really well. She can now attack actually the problem red, or the problem-ish red on the right-hand side cushion pretty much straight away. Yeah, this feels like the shot here, this transition shot from the red over the pocket. Just needs to get out for these other three nicely. Just needs to get out for them nicely, and she's not got where she wanted to get to. It's a mistake. I think she can pot the red that she's closest to into the bottom right. It's not the pot she was looking to take on, but it's one that she might have. She may also be able to cut this red into the top right as well. Gotta be careful. Well, in fact, she could cut the one in the middle. Camera has caught me off guard. She's just gone a roll too far here. I think she might have done. Might have to slide past the yellow just above the centre. It's not a horrible shot if she has to do it. As long as she gets there, then the next shot would be a natural to land on the 8 ball. Why so hard? Why so hard, I asked myself. Why didn't she just drop it in? Drop it in, float the white past the yellow. And Kirsty Lee Davis are back all day long to finish that frame up. But as it is, Becky is going to get one more life. She's going to play smart. She's going to play the tuck up here. That's a good shot from Becky. She's going to make Kirsty work for the win if she's going to get it. That's a poor mistake from Kirsty. It didn't look a lot just to float that white past that yellow. Instead went to try and go for power and pump the white on and off the side cushion, which it didn't really look like she had the angle for. Kirsty now having to come 2 cushions. Oh, nearly potted the black. She's lucky she didn't pot the black. But pass this ball in hand to Becky, who has the problem with the 2 yellows that are together at the top. I imagine she's going to want to take those first. I'm also just going to confirm for you, whilst we're watching along, Casey Ranford-Norrie has just beaten Lindsay Roberts, so she's in her maiden semi-final. Congratulations to Casey Ranford-Norrie. She's got an all-star clash later on with Amy Beecham. The winner of this one plays Leanne Cragg. Where's Becky going to go for the tuck up again with a loss of turn? I don't mind it. Using the advantage of the balls. Oh, she's way over here though. She has left Kirsty a double. I think she can get it past the 8 ball. If she can't, then Becky's okay, but what she would have wanted. Kirsty just tried to play that off the back cushion. Was close, but didn't quite get it. So now Becky Watkins has got an opportunity to get one back. In fact, Becky's decided not to go again. This is a much tougher hit though for Kirsty. There's not much room for error on this. Is she maybe looking... This would be an incredible shot if she pulls it off. Coming side cushion, blasting into the red, using the yellow to then double it. This would go down a shot at the tournament if she gets close. Does she get close? Oh, wow. She was very, very close. And as it is, she actually hasn't left an easy opener for Becky either here. So she might get another shot at the table yet. That was a brilliant, brilliant bit of vision there from Kirsty. She's very unlucky. But now potting that ball, Becky's got the opportunity that she wanted. Been a bit unlucky with the flick on the black, but just needs a bit of adjustment to be made. She can play this with a bit of left-hand side, a bit of running side just to swing the white ball back out again. Should she please? Becky might be overthinking this slightly. She's just looking around at different options, and I don't think she needs to. Becky's a very meticulous player. She's a perfectionist like many of the top pros are. I think the one thing I would say is that Becky's quite hard on herself at times for not being absolutely perfect. But Pool's a frustrating game, I think, even for the best of players. Even John McAllister slammed his cue yesterday, and John McAllister is probably the coolest person in the room 99% of the time, so just shows it's all in the head, Pool. This is the shot now. She just needs to come across, give herself a wider angle. Yeah, this is very good. Let's go with this 8 ball to get Becky one back. Get her at 6-3. Yeah, very, very good from Becky Watkins. That will hopefully make him feel just a little bit better. She hasn't played badly in this game whatsoever. As I say, it's just the 1 or 2 mistakes that have cost her. Kirsty, in the grand scheme of things, has been pretty flawless. We have also got some action going on from event 8 for the women's series as well. They're playing their first rounds as things stand at the moment. Couple of scorelines for you as things are going on. Emma Parker 6-4 up against Lindsay Schultz. Megan Proctor and Colette Henriksen are tied at 2 apiece. Dawn Wright is 5-0 up on Rachel Davis. That's a great score so far from Dawn. And there are a couple of others that are just set to kick off, including Mary Talbot versus Claire Smith. And actually a result as well for you. Danielle Randall has got her first win of event 8. She's defeated Jodie Allen 7 frames to 4. Great result there for Danielle. And Becky makes another ball. So can she make it go another frame? Becky is a grafter on the pool table. She is not going to give up for anyone's sake. She will stay on that pool table as long as the light is on. She's got a very tricky table here to tackle. In fact, Becky's happy to play the long game here.
bin over.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of all this stuff off the free tables, yeah?
So when you come back, you started forward. So no one wanted to grab you because you started.
Yeah.
So how then? Did no one come and grab you when it finished?
No. It's alright, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, it's not the end of the world. Grab that bin, bring it over, and we'll just clean these tables and then we're done. Last one, there you go. Sorry, class. Cheers. Yeah, we'll bang it here again. question goes, do you want me to count down at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, or are you okay with the noise on the tablet? Count down. Okay, no worries. It's all yours.
I went to hospital, but it wasn't too bad. I was literally soaked. It's absolutely
Good evening and welcome back to Wigan, and this is Ladies Pro Event 7 semi-final time. Casey Ranford-Norrie versus Amy Beauchamp. Promises to be a good game. You'd say that he goes into this as favourite, but Casey, current England international, a very, very good player. Expect this to be a pretty close game, race to 7, and obviously a place in the final on the line. Champs, you feel this isn't a great opportunity in the first frame, and she pulls back. A few places here you can hide the cue ball. I think try and break open these yellows on the left hand side. Get the cue ball. Yep, somewhere in there. Becomes a very good opportunity. The red to the right of the 8 ball passes into left centre. Also goes into right centre, so we have options for that. Right centre it's going to be, and just needs to track the cue ball. May just come down and I wonder if she can in the yellow, but just navigates on and off the bottom cushion for a fairly simple 8 ball, and first frame goes the way of Champs. Race to 7, first blood drawn to Amy. swift break. I think the players just popped off for a quick bathroom break after one frame, but we go into frame number 2. Champs breaks, and she makes the ball. One of the last balls rolling. The yellows. And joined on commentary by Luke Terry. Good evening.
Yeah, hi again, Nick. It's another really good clash, this. I don't think Casey's really felt like she's played at her best so far. I think she's still, as she said to me, adapting to the new balls, obviously on the new tables. It obviously took some time to adapt to the teal cloth because that was first introduced at Bolton. So this is only their real second attempt with that, and their first attempt with the balls. But she's dealt with it well. She's come back from 2 matches from behind. The latest one, obviously, a good win against Lindsay Roberts. So Casey's showing some really good form this weekend, and obviously congratulations to herself for making her first semi-final as well. It's not easy to do as a brand new pro.
Having a good chance here now. Just slightly the wrong side of the red. Should just take a medicine, drop this in, leave a bigger angle on the final red. She can just play this natural pace, drop it dead weight, cue ball. Just needs to clear that yellow. It's closest to the red.
Yeah, that's nice.
8 goes to left centre, so she can just drift through the gap. Equally, she could stand back into the yellow if she wants, but no, it's through the gap. Simple 8 ball. And it's going to be 2-0. Stuff from Champs.
Yeah, just looking at Amy's route to this semi-final so far. Good 6-4 win on the stream, obviously against Vicky Lomax to start. Vicky's a really tricky opponent, has been around at the top of the game for a very long time. She backed that up with a 7-3 win over Sophie Gibbs-Nichols, who obviously comes off the back of playing for that immense England team. And then her latest round obviously beat Colette Henriksen 5 frames to 2. So overall, Amy's made it look fairly comfortable. Her closest kind of win was against Vicky. Looking from the other side from Casey, obviously big win at the start against Barbara Taylor. Backed that up then with a 6-red shootout win over Chloe Smithies, and then in the recent round defeated Lindsay Roberts. So good form from both. Casey just didn't quite get the impact through the pack there.
Looks like she slack-racked herself. She didn't time it particularly well, but equally, nothing's moved at all.
Amy wants no part of it. Just doesn't really see any intent in attacking first. Just with that amount of a cluster, it's almost a detriment to yourself to go first. But Casey's going to give it a go.
Some mileage in this one.
Yeah, Amy's got that red that's just sat in the cluster of the 4 yellows. It's in a horrible place for her. I suppose a good return there with the cue ball. This could be a bit cat and mousey, this frame. Not the best shot for maybe that, just sit red on the top cushion. Probably wanted that closest to the pocket out in the open. That's a great shot. Doesn't look a lot, obviously it's not going to categorically win her the frame, but it just forces Amy to technically open up another yellow, and she can potentially play a kind of like plant out here. Yeah, that's another good shot. A little bit unlucky with how they've landed, but just opens up the frame just a little bit more. Casey knows the importance of that red now. That one that's just sandwiched in between all of the yellows is her insurance policy now. All the other reds out in the open. The problem that she's got is that Amy's got such a margin to park the white ball in this top corner that Casey now needs to come off of a cushion, hit the ball, and then hit another cushion, which is going to split it. So clever tactical play there from Amy. Well, I mean, that's a great shot if she's got the cover on the pocket. It's probably as good as she could have hoped for. Amy can't play an easy loss of turn, she's got to try and get the white ball up at the table again. So that's a good shot. That's a brilliant shot. Some good tactical stuff in this frame from both players. I think Casey might be looking at something a little bit audacious here. Hell of a plant if she pulls it off. Feels like she hasn't got much other option. Just calls it on the fixed side, easy to do, but she has had a bit of a result with the white. It's a great pot from Amy. Two reds next to the black. if one of them passes into the bottom right. If it doesn't, there is still some work to do. She obviously thinks it does. But there's a bit of a long pause here, which is unusual for Amy, making me think that it's obviously either quite tight or she's working out her route still. Yeah, obviously didn't pot. She's just played to cover the pocket, which is clever. Just trying to checkmate her lesser experienced opponent. Didn't go for the treble, but she's got the treble. Ideally, what Casey wants to do is play some sort of lost turn. Oh, that's not great. She tries to get quite particular on that, and it's not easy to do. This red obviously must pass into the bottom right. I didn't think it did. No, it doesn't. So I'm very surprised that Amy didn't try to land on it first. She's obviously backing herself to make the cannon off the final ball. She needs to pot the reds. And I think Casey has got enough here to play the loss of turn on the higher yellow and get the snooker, which flips the frame on its head. From Amy being in that kind of power position in the frame. And now it is Casey Ramford-Norrie that takes control of the frame. So, advantage Casey. Amy has to get a hit on this and get it somewhere near tracking towards a pocket, you feel. No real hiding places. It's not to be. This is still tricky for Casey. She'd ideally want to play the plant, but it's very thin. You can lose the white. You've got to make sure that that yellow hangs over the pocket still as well. So there is a lot of moving parts in this shot. Don't you get it right? I tell you what, that's pretty good. Now just needs to get that white ball out for the 8 ball. Casey Ramford-Norrie should have her first frame on the board. Needs to run. Just about comes far enough. She's got a little bit careful of an in off to the top left. Yeah, she just made herself aware of it. She just caught herself. In fact, so much that she missed the 8 ball. And it's not like she's left Amy a lot, but she's left Amy a shot where she could end up fluking this. So, not ideal for Casey. She did not want to give Amy a shot at this at all. Well, ooh, it was close. It was very close, but Casey is going to fall over the line in the frame. She's going to get her first one on the board in this semi-final. It's 2-1. Obviously, if you are interested in the other table, Kirsty Lee Davis is 2-1 up on Leanne Cragg as things stand. You can subscribe via the Ultimate Pool app or get the membership on the YouTube. That gets you access to tables 3 and 4 as well. So go ahead and subscribe. Amy on the break. Hammers it, makes a ball. Once again, that cluster seems to come together towards the bottom right. It's a nice opening pop from Amy. I don't know if those two reds plant into the bottom right. If they do, it unlocks a problem for her. Or unlocks the problem for her. If it doesn't, then there's a lot of work. She obviously feels like it does. Playing the shot that she has. She's possibly got an angle to bump the one off the side cushion as well. She doesn't have to, it might help. I am very, very surprised that Amy just rolled into that and didn't try and at least stun or screw the cue ball out slightly. I was never really going to be able to land on the balls going that way. But she's going to have to find a shot now because she has opened up Casey's yellows. Has left Casey a long yellow here. Nice opening pot. The yellow below the reds. I think it does pop, but you've got to land very exact on it. So she may want to try and move that further on in the frame. It's a bit of a risky shot. Here it comes, but she's still got the yellows to deal with up here. It can offer her an angle to get there. Short with that shot, so going to be taking the long yellow that's almost on the blue spot if you were playing snooker next into the bottom left hand corner. If she can just kill the white pretty much where the yellow is, she'd have quite a nice angle to come off the two cushions to attack that problem yellow. And this is the yellow though. What she left, that's the question. Does the furthest red pass into the bottom right? Wanted to come across for that, but she's stuck herself a bit closer to the cushion than she would have liked. This is a very missable pot. She may decide to screw it a little bit as well, so this is missable. Opted to stun it in. And that second nudge has really helped. A little bit awkward, just a bit off angle on both. So she's going to have to take the pot long. It's a missable pot. She's got to try and come down for the 8-ball as well. And she has missed it. So golden opportunity now for Casey Ranford-Norrie to try and level the scores. And this is seemingly how Casey's matches have kind of gone so far. Ends up losing the first couple of frames and then gets herself into the match. Casey's very much a battler on the pool table. Just loves the game in general. She's in perfect position here. Just got to kill this yellow in. Ooh, just about drops. I thought she'd feathered the white there a little bit. She's absolutely fine, and that is going to be 2 apiece. You're just forgetting how quick the balls are, I think. But 2 good frames from Casey there to get herself back on terms. Amy Beecham, the kind of player that if you let her go a couple in front, sometimes she can just run away with a match. So Casey doing a good job here at holding her at arm's length. And it is also 2 apiece on table 1 as well. So it'll be interesting to see who makes our final 2. Odds-on favourites are probably Amy and Kirsty, but Leanne and Casey have shown enough this weekend to prove that they are more than capable. It's going to be Amy that comes to the table after that dry break in frame 5. Interesting decision there from Amy to go reds. Argument probably for both. I felt like yellows, you just had a bit more control. So Casey probably not worst case scenario that she got second choice. Casey can just play a loss of turn here. Just take control of the frame. The red passes into left middle. It's not the best shot that Casey's ever played. So it doesn't by Amy's body language. Go yellow off red here. Actually went for a cannon. It hasn't quite worked out. I don't know if she can see the yellow she left over the bottom corner pocket. If she can, it's a good recovery ball. Does the top one nick into the middle? It does. She's not had much luck with a flick either. That's a bit unfortunate for her. Yellow furthest away from the right middle though. Of the two, does pass into the top right corner it seems, so maybe one other way to get it out. She went all out there into the top corner. She's not left anything though for Amy. There's one positive. She has tied up the yellow and red right up the top though, so this frame now becomes a bit more smelly than it would have been a couple of minutes ago. Amy tying up another ball. It's time to the frame. This is a good effort from Casey. In fact, that could work out brilliantly because she can now play the yellow off of the two over the pocket, which would open up everything. So this is actually now a chance off of a great shot in the middle pocket. There you go. Is she going to land on the yellow as well? She is. And if she can judge this next shot right, she's in with a really good chance of going 3-2 ahead here. Yellow sitting over the bottom right hand corner gives her so much insurance with this. She's just got to pop the ball. Oh, I tell you what, she's played it off the reds. Even better. Even better. Now she's got to make sure that she just doesn't lose the yellow that's over the pocket when she drops this down the line. Don't know how much of the pocket she's naturally got with this one. So probably just wants to push through on it. It's okay. Oh, don't tell me she's fouled the red. Oh, no. Disaster that for Casey.
We'll just head across to the Cassidy Davis-Leanne Craig game for a couple of minutes while we sort out the technical problem that we've got over on table 2, as in the technical problem that appears the camera's been knocked over. We'll sort that out post-haste and be right back with you in a second.
Welcome back there, guys. Apologies for the slight delay. One of the referees accidentally knocked the camera over. These things happen. Maybe just having to pause there, I think, for a bit of frustration from another player from another table. Another thing that happens. Strange things are happening tonight. But he's got a good opportunity here on yellows for a quick count, well, I say counter, kind of just dish to get herself back level after 3 very good frames from Katie Ranford-Norrie. Amy would have known before this match that she was in a battle. Miss from Casey there. Could be the frame end up. It's not ideal from Amy. Giving herself a bit of a wide angle, so it makes it harder to come down the table. So she may have to leave this last yellow at a bit more distance, or potentially a harder angle than she would have liked. Well, in fact, she's done really well. She's done really, really well. She's still slightly off angle, but I think she's got enough. I think she's just about straight enough that she can just stun it off the side cushion. Yeah, the way that she's queuing at that. She could, but she's missed the yellow. And look where it's sat as well. Casey Ranford-Norrie is in control of this frame as well. Beecham is not getting out, and she's got her opportunities, and because of that, so far Casey's been allowed back into the match, being able to mop up on the mistakes. If Casey can punish this one as well, she puts herself in a really good position. I like that. I like that shot a lot, just sitting over the pocket. There's not a lot Amy can do here from the angle that she's at with this yellow. Yeah, this is a golden opportunity now for Casey to pull another frame ahead and really put the pressure on Amy Beecham. Because Amy will be under it at the moment. You know, Amy's one of the players in the hunt for the #1 spot. I know obviously that we've talked a lot about Kirsty Lee Davis and Marion Jude, but I think Amy mathematically can still do it. So she needs these results. She needs to go on and win this tournament. And Casey at the moment is causing a bit of an upset here, is the new pro. It's the best positional shot, which means she's going to have to play the plant. Plays it controlled, plays it really well. Great shot. May have to screw out here if she's straight. Yeah, she is. See there, the way that she digs down. Needs a bit of angle. And it's straight as well. So now she's going to have to play a very good positional shot to land nicely on the 8 ball. It's going to be another screw shot. If she's going top, she can. She's obviously got a bit of angle there. That's very well played. Yeah, the last 4 frames have been absolutely flawless from Casey Ranford-Norrie, and she's going to open up a 4-2 lead. Over on the other table, Kirsty Lee Davis has started to flow, and she has taken out 3 on the spin against Leanne Cragg. Let's go 5-2 ahead. Is the Welshman going to be the first person in our final? Over on table 2, Casey Ranford-Norrie has got the break of serve, and she is at the moment in control. She's doing a really good job of mopping up Amy's mistakes. I'm not saying Amy's made easy mistakes, but she's been going for clearances and not been getting them. Casey's been doing a really good job of shutting her out from that point on. Oh, doesn't want the white ball in. It isn't, but it's probably just as bad. Yeah, this is as stinkier place to land the white ball as you could probably get from the position she was in. Put the white ball anywhere else on the table, you'd probably be more comfortable. Instead, I think Casey might have to just give Amy a bit of bait here and go for it. In fact, that's actually a very good shot. It's actually a brilliant safety shot from Casey, that. She hasn't left Amy a lot here. And she's tied up in red and yellow up to the top as well. So it's clever stuff. Popping that ball in the middle. Amy is going to go. The big problem is going to be this red and yellow up at the top. The 2 that Casey has just put together as one of her insurance policies. Landing on that, having an angle is going to be tough, especially as Amy's off angle on this red. She wanted to land slightly low to be able to pump into it. Fairly straight, not really having much options with the other ball down the table. She's now got to really generate something from here. Oh, has she got a line? I think she might do. Very good shot. Frames all on this shot, you feel. She misses it wide. Once again, Amy's got to move the problem ball for Casey.
I had a feeling that may just go slightly wide, the natural angle taking it wider at that yellow. Even if she clips it, she only clips it towards the red, so felt that if she was going to try and develop, she had to use the side cushion.
Once again, this is another opportunity for Casey Ranford-Norrie to get another frame. And this has been the story of the last kind of 3 frames, really, is that Casey's just mopped up the mistakes. As subtle as they are, it's been enough to give Casey an advantage where she's been able to take the balls out. She maybe wanted another roll just on this first one. Probably can hold, but just a very tentative shot. Very well played. And now it's all going to be on this shot. Just probably wants to land on the yellow that's closest to the right hand cushion now. Just looking there. Kind of where her body was is the line she's trying to hit. Wants it to run. It's not bad. All she's got to do is knock the yellow in.
It's great to see Casey on the march this weekend. She's made some good runs and got herself deep into the tournaments without breaking through into semi-finals and finals, and she's more than capable. And she could have been forgiven, you know, coming into a match with a season winner like Amy. She could have been forgiven for being slightly intimidated, and no such thing though. She's mopping up every chance that comes her way. She's got a really good chance now to go 3 ahead. Needs that to run. Just gets there.
Going to get there, yeah.
It's fine. Currently lying 22nd in the rankings, so...
Oh, she's missed the black.
Oh, wow,
Oh, wow. I mean, big pressure on Amy to pot this now, but what a reprieve for Amy. She definitely wasn't going to get another shot there. You could see Casey's reaction as well. She knew how big that was. Now, can Amy pot a massive red ball here and get herself right back into this match? Yeah, she's looking there. Trying to line it up. This is a tricky pot.
Yeah, she can't just drop it in because the 8 ball is just set to the bottom edge of the pocket. So,
oh, what a pot!
A shot!
What a pot!
She plays them so well. Just as I was picking up Casey and seeing her across the line to 5-2, she misses a crucial ball. 4-3. This is very much game on.
Yeah, this is. You all but had it ticked off, didn't you? That's
absolutely. And I was putting it in the scorebook, as I say, with her in 22nd at the moment. You know, I mean, if she can get through to the final, she's going to push herself up the rankings with a really good chance of getting herself into the top 16. Currently, she's quite some way off. She's around about 6,000 points outside of the top 16, but a win is 6,000 points, so that would push her right up through the rankings.
Well, the thing is for Casey, she's only got 1 year on her list, whereas the others have 2.
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
So, you know, if you double her points, whereabouts would she be, Nick? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, she'd probably be about somewhere 14th, 15th, 14th and 15th, 14,500, which would double her points. Dawn Wright, Sarah Waite, that kind of vicinity. But of course, she's still got points to go on for this run.
Yeah, I think a Casey Ranford-Norrie in form is a top 8 player. I really do. You know, obviously we see some of the live stuff that she does on TikTok and when she does all her kind of pool posts and things like that, which shows that when she's relaxed, she can put all the balls under the sun. She does a lot of events in the Midlands as well. Seen her at previous Leicester events where she's gone really deep in tournaments. I think for her, she just needs to unlock not only getting rid of that self-doubt a little bit, but also at the same time just getting used to that arena feel, because I just don't quite think she's settled in it yet. But in a situation like this, she's doing really, really well for someone that's not settled.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, that was kind of my point earlier, that, you know, she's against somebody here who's a season winner, that's lifted multiple trophies at every level. Casey still, you know, relatively new in terms of playing at this level against some of these other players.
That was a foul, I think, from Amy.
She really is a great player. She's got a very good all-round game. It's now just about building on the success that she's had so far, and the more you do this, the more confidence you get in these environments. Got no doubt whatsoever that she's going to be a top player.
She's got an opportunity here to make up for the frame before.
Yeah, and she needs to as well. She needs to put that previous frame behind her.
It's a good shot.
If she loses this one as well, then that just cements in that previous frame, and she's sat there mulling it over. Yeah, I was looking for full ball cannon on the red, but just slid by. Quite a misjudgment as well. On nothing.
She maybe get the bend just to pop this yellow. Or not quite, and now she's sat it on the cushion as well. She's put it awkward. And now it's advantage Amy Beecham. I think the problem is, I think the pot that Casey missed isn't the big moment in the grand scheme of things, because obviously she's missed it. She kind of gutted that she's missed the ball. The big part is how she's missed the ball is sparked Amy. And you could see it in her eyes. The moment that Casey missed that ball, Amy was straight up out of her chair, seeing the opportunity, saw that she liked the pot, and she's just nailed it in. And now all of a sudden Amy's within reach of going level scores again.
Yeah, 5-2, needing 2 more is such a massive advantage. And I think that probably flashed before Casey's eyes as she was lining up that 8 ball. There was just a little bit of tension in the back arm. And again, it comes down to experience. You know, your more experienced players who have been there, done it, got the t-shirt, like Champs and Marion and Babs Taylor and all these other names. You know, it's a well-trodden path for them, and the more you do it, the more relaxed and the more confident you become in those situations. But she'll learn from it. You know, she's still very much in this game. We're certainly not writing her off, but that really was a big moment, and she needs to recover from it. 4 each. She's got the break in the next. Much better break. It's going to be try again though.
It's amazing how those moments just mean you've got no friends for a good couple of frames. You know, if Casey was breaking at 5-2, you guarantee a ball goes in off of a break like that. Amy's going to go here, she's going to go reds. Amy's played a great shot there. She's played a really good gap there for He's taken these really well so far. She misses the red, does Amy, so chance now for Casey, and it's an open chance as well. 8 ball's probably the trickiest ball to land on. Really important for Casey to stamp her authority back. She did such a good job of containing Amy for those 4 frames.
We already know that winner of this will play Kirsty Lee Davis in the final. She won in fairly quick order in the main arena against Leanne Cragg, 7 frames to 2. That means that over in the main arena has just started. First of the semi-finals in the men's pro event, Carl Morris and Chris Melling just getting underway over there. What a game that should be. That one reeling back the years between those two players. They've played each other many, many times over the years. Good mates.
Yeah, it's amazing. Obviously they've not played much against each other on the tour though, so it's quite nice to see games like that come back out of nowhere. This is an unbelievable pot from Amy Beecham, by the way. What a pot that is. Just trimmed it back the whole way across the table from a ridiculous angle. And if she can find a way out from here, it's an unbelievable out. Because even though Casey missed, she didn't really leave her a lot.
Needs another one here though, doesn't she?
Yeah,
she
this
needs
is
to
a thin
skin
snick.
this.
It's a thin snick. I think the white ball would do the work for her though, so just needs to pot the ball. She's potted the ball and she's going to come down again, and she's nice on the red. She now just needs to play a good positional shot to land on the 8 ball. Oh, and she's way short. Yeah, she's kind of killed the white in the corner. And this is a horrible little cut back on the 8 ball into the middle pocket to take a lead. It's 8 ball for the frame. She's got it.
Yep. Oh, cue ball. Oh.
Ooh. But you've got to say it is a world-class out from Amy Beecham, that.
So, on Ultimate Pool's series, Chris Melling and Carl Morris have played each other 4 times. And they have played 38 frames. What do you reckon the score is? 38 frames. Carl Morris versus Chris Melling.
I know they played in the Champions League and Chris got a big win over him. So I can imagine, I know Carl had a couple of years where he struggled a little bit more, but Chris has probably won a lot of those frames. So maybe like 25-13, something like that.
26-12 to Carl Morris.
Look, am I a commentator or what? No, sorry. But the...
Carl won 8-0 in 2023, 8-1 in 2025, event 3, 7-3 in the Pro Series, and then he lost in the Champions League, 4-1, 4-2. But in the other 3, 7-3, 8-0, 8-1 to Carl. That's quite impressive. That's quite an impressive record against Chris. 26 frames to 12. Anyway, back to this one. Casey needs a frame on the board. She's not won one since she had the chance to go 5-2. She's lost 3 on a bounce.
For the most part, she has been shut out. She had that one opportunity in the last frame. That's a great shot, by the way. She just needs, a frame to really assert herself, and this feels like the chance. If she falls 6-4 behind, you feel like it's a lot further back. She just missed that red. Felt like she could have just rolled that and held. But she chose a different route and has missed. And I think it's just unsettled her a little bit, knowing that she should have potted that ball. But this is all a learning curve, you know. We can sit here and be really judgmental of the ball that Casey missed, but at the same time, she'd never played in a semi-final before. But it looks like it might be catching, because Amy's just missed a really bad yellow to follow that up. But just going back to the point, obviously all of these are steps for Casey. It's her first semi-final. You know, she's playing a big name. She fell behind. She's made a good step in coming back. So no matter what happens in this match, there's definitely positives to take for her. Boy, would she love to win, but it's been a great run either way from the brand new pro. And she's still in this match, as she's played a shot here to force Amy to take on a big shot. It's going to be tough for her to try and hide the cue ball from there. See the little grimace on Amy's face as she walks round. So if she can get this to 5-all, there's still a lot more legs in this game yet. I just wonder if Casey can play a free ball plant off a red here. It looks on. It looks on. It is on. Oh, wow. How unlucky is that? She's played a brilliant 4-ball plant. The white's gone through, flicked off another red and gone in the same pocket. You couldn't do that again if you tried. It just looks like the pool gods are starting to turn against her a little bit. That was not her fault. She played a great shot. This is a great chance for Amy now to go on the hill. Amy's played a bit of a poor one here. She's gone too far with the white. This is now a bit tricky to pot the ball and land on the 8. Yeah, just let that cue ball run. So now pot to make. It's a good pot. Oh, wow, that's another lucky one that's just stayed out by the jaw. It's a bit of a cutback on this 8 ball though, so job not done yet. She's missed it. Horrible position for Casey, but what she might be able to do is similar to what she did to win her the third frame, which is where she just potted a ball and then rubbed the red as close to the black ball as possible and forced Amy into fouling and scratching the black.
I think that's what she needs to do here. Either push the red as close as she dare for that 8 ball. Let Amy go up and down.
Yeah, wanted to get close. She's played a good shot here. This gives her as much control as she can possibly get for this.
Delicate one here though.
It's very touchy. It's not as close as the last one either. Has she left it? Does it go?
She's left it. That's clumsy. That's a shame.
She was trying to land it perfectly. Amy nearly followed the white in there.
That's a shame. I would have liked to have. I mean, she didn't need to push it right. I mean, if she pushes it right in front of the 8, then there's half a chance that it's re-rack, and she needed to give Amy a like a small window to try and get through. She didn't need to be putting the 8 ball right on top of it, so I think she overhit it by a margin. You kind of want it just next to it, don't you? So almost just like half a ball above it. So Amy's got to get inside. There's just enough room to get inside, but chances are she's probably going to hit the red.
She has made a ball off a break though, so this is the last chance to learn. She has got to win 3 in a row, but she has already done it in this match, so it's not beyond the realms of possibility. Obviously, pressure's a little bit different this time round, but she's shown she's got the premise to do it, so...
Turned around though, hasn't it? Think about the context of the game from having an 8 ball to go 5-2 to where she is now. Amy's reeled off 4 on the bounce. It's taken monumental effort for Casey to come back from here. Definitely got it in the locker though.
Oh, needs that to run. She's short. With the positions. Now needs to find a bit of cover.
Great chance now. Chance to close this game out. How one shot can turn a game.
Yeah, I mean, we can turn around and say it was the Norrie mistake, but actually it was the Amy Beecham pot that followed it, which is what's started this. If Amy misses that ball, then we go back to 5-2 and nothing really changes.
Yeah.
So Casey can really hold her head up high no matter what happens here. She really can. It's been a great weekend. And remember, this is only event 7. So she's still got event 8, I believe she's still in. So she'll just need to regroup and go again. But as for Amy Beecham, yeah, it's going to be a win for Amy Beecham. It's unlucky to Casey Ranford-Norrie. It's been a brilliant event for her. Just fell a little bit short. And it's going to be Amy Beecham that plays Kirsty Lee Davis in the final. What a final that is going to be on live later on the main arena table. So get subscribed.
Yeah, because my head's in the bin. Head in chair. Look in the foil chaps. Maybe that in your Lindsay again.
So over on this table, we're going to send you across to the main arena where you can watch Carl Morris against Chris Melling. And on comms over there, it's Mark Shepherd and Tony Holgate. And they'll take you through the action. We'll stick with that game for now. There'll be more action on this table. I think possibly the Challenger finals, which are scheduled later, I think they're all going to go on stream. Challenger 4 through 1. But as I say, in the meantime, we'll send you across to the main arena so you can enjoy that game between Melling and Morris.
So much of pool is about taking the clearances that you should get. Obviously it's nice to get the impressive ones that you shouldn't necessarily, but where you just left open positions at the end of frames, you just got to get a very high percentage.
Extension call.
Welcome to those of you joining on YouTube. If you're enjoying what you're seeing here, a reminder that you can subscribe to the members program on YouTube for access to this main arena table and the other stream tables as we bring coverage of the semi-finals and finals tonight. If you're already with us on Ultimate Pool TV, welcome, good to have you here. We'll be providing live coverage throughout the evening. This is the first of the two men's semi-finals in Pro Series 7. We'll then have the ladies final and men's Pro Series 7 final to come tonight. A lot of pool to come on this Saturday night, coming to you live from the Wigan Robin Park Arena.
Has he got away with it? Hand up in apology. It's the second time already tonight he said that.
He enjoys moments like this, doesn't he? A little bit of drama in a match, likes to interact with the crowd.
Chris having to bend around this ball, middle of the table. Well, ball in hand for Carl Morris.
Yeah, that's not something you see very often. He's got two chances at this clearance. He's got to take it at this attempt, surely. 2 mistakes from Melling in the same frame. It's not a common thing to see. Second one obviously under some pressure. It wasn't a straightforward shot. Just screw this cue ball back. A little bit further than intended, but that's fine still. At quite a brisk pace. We're still playing the 30-second shot clock portion of the match, but Carl getting on with the game. Gets the scores back on level terms and offers his hand in apology for about the 3rd or 4th time already this match. Chris, a little something to think about. He's played some spectacular stuff already. Only had one highlight reel clearance from him. I would have preferred the score to have rested up at 3-1 after that frame rather than being back on level terms. He's got to be liking his chances for this title, based both on how well he's playing and the fact that a lot of the other big guns have fallen by the wayside. This isn't necessarily the draw he was expecting to find come this stage of the tournament. This is the first of 2 semi-finals. The second semi-final, which will follow straight after on this main arena table, sees John Chambers take on Liam White. Chambers vying for his 4th Ultimate Pool Pro final of the season. He's lost in all 3 of those previous ones, but still it's been quite some season to have made those 3 finals. His opponent Liam White, not one of the more talked about players, but has just quietly scythed his way through the field. In great form and a vastly experienced player. Better break this time from Carl.
Extension call.
Finds pocket with 2 reds and a yellow. Just a little bit of congestion at the bottom of the table. If it wasn't for the position of that yellow, this would be a simple finish, but just the yellow and red together at the bottom just gives some pause for thought. Looking at whether he can just skim off the first red and then play the plant onto the cannon, the white onto the yellow onto the red, just to open this situation up.
I think he can get behind it.
Oh yeah, that'll work even better. So that pocket opened up. Now just the simple stuff to be done with the balls in the middle of the table.
Slightly wrong side.
Yeah, without the use of the top pockets, I think the top ball goes to the corner, so is it really the top left corner? So it has to go the long way to get on it in the middle. It's going to have to go the long way once more for the 8 ball, but that's fine because the 8 ball's in acres of space.
Yeah, just straight down the table and back up a little bit.
So, ahead now, 3-2 to Carl Morris. Good breaking clearance there. That's the kind of thing he needs to do. Gifted the previous frame, follow straight up with one of his own.
Cole Bedford there. Sorry.
Cohen Bradford.
Bradford even. And now Alex Cameron. Bedford. There was a match when they played each other. I was just constantly getting the wrong player. Carl Morris. Got to be happy at 3-2. He's had a little bit of run here and there, but you need it.
Amazing, isn't it? 27 years ago he was world champion. He was the youngest ever world champion. Still only in his 40s now.
So Mellon to break, 3-2 down.
Trailing by 3 frames to 2.
Not necessarily Melling's best effort in terms of the contacts, but in terms of the result, he'll take it.
Cue ball very low.
Yellow balls in play.
Yellow's the choice. And you can see from the pace he's going about these, very comfortable with this finish.
And that's the end of that frame.
Pretty fast, this table, which seems to suit him well. You see, not even really bothering to line these shots up, or indeed even get down for it. Such a natural talent. Chris Melling gets things back on level terms.
Exhibition style. 3-3.
He was doing a little exhibition when we got back from the afternoon break before play started for the evening session. He was out there entertaining the crowd and filming a bit of content.
Aidan Hughes there, one of our pros. Some puffer jacket on. So Chris Melling, 3-3. You just feel that Carl's going to need to maintain the break and dish formula that he's produced in the last one.
Yeah, very much so.
He's had a couple of touches as well. First frame, the bump into the black, and obviously when he missed a couple of frames ago, left Chris snookered.
3 frames up.
Yeah, he's cleared off 2 of his 3 breaks, hasn't he?
So Carl Morris playing the similar cut break to Chris Mellon as Chris gets out of his chair and back in it again.
For a moment like this might be a dry break, but that yellow does carry on rolling far enough.
Extension call.
Quite funny because he looks round as Carl to see Chris Melling out of his chairs. And so I said, where do you think you're going? And the reds are all there for Carl Morris.
He'd love for the one nearest the cue ball to pass the other one. If it does, this is a nice position, and it looks like it does. So take these balls at the bottom of the table and go and retrieve the 2 at the top.
Yeah, I want to take both the reds now on the left-hand side. Get rid of both into the bottom left-hand corner. Leave that one that's over the right-hand bag for next. And there's two ways you can go. You pop that one that's over the right-hand corner. You just roll it in, come through the gap of the yellows, and go over to the one on the left-hand rail. Pop that in, red in the right-hand centre, and black in the corner. Or you can go the other way round. But he'll have to change course now because he's landed with too much angle on this red into the bottom left, so he's going to have to pot the one I feel in the bottom right. But this won't hurt him because he can just directly go straight up the table from the other ball. Unless he goes straight, and he hasn't got the angle that he wanted. However, he can still screw the cue ball into that side rail. You see where he's looking. Does he roll this in and just cannon into the yellow? I think he probably will. Oh. And that is a stretch across the table. That's going to need equipment to help him. Can he climb on the table? He doesn't mind this.
There's some photos on
Spiders out.
Ultimate Pool socials from yesterday of him climbing on the table, playing some fairly elaborate shots. Just got to make sure he doesn't bring the yellow ball into play that he's queuing over. I think he has brought it into play, hasn't he? He's missed the ball anyway, obviously, but he wasn't on the 8 ball, even if he had potted the red.
Yeah, very tricky when you're playing with all this equipment, bridging over that ball. Well. Chris Melling.
Oh, that's a collector's item, isn't
Yeah.
it? Chris Melling miss. Oh,
I'll tell you what, that's as bad as you could play that shot. I don't know what, I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to pop off the angle and just come out wide. Just screw it. Just screw it out. You cannot fail. It's called the knuckle.
brought that yellow into play twice whilst attempting to get position on the 8 ball. He's got away with it once, but this is going to be tough. If he doesn't pot this ball, he's going to leave Chris right in amongst these.
To get round that yellow from there, you've got to place quite softly. You can't play this hard because the spin won't take. So you tend to hit this thin like that.
Surely this time Melling isn't going to make a mistake.
Well, he's got an easier starter ball, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's not missing the first one this time.
Not only that, if he's worried about, well, he's not worried about the one on the rail, but if he was, he could get an angle on the one in the middle just to pop that in and come round and push it down the rail. No,
hey,
that's fine.
Exhibition shot, didn't need to go that route, but
yeah, but he was always going to land in the middle of the table, and Chris doesn't mind playing those shots. He's used to them. Yeah, not a happy bunny. I'm sure he played this and kicked into the yellow now. No. Doesn't matter. Melling getting his nose back in front. 4-3, the magician.
Just a reminder, you're getting bonus coverage here from the main feature table in Wigan. This is the semi-finals of Pro Series 7. Two great players going at it. Trophy on the line over the course of the rest of the night. We will see 6 titles awarded. We're going to have 4 challenger finals. We've also got the Women's Pro Series 7 final and the Pro Series 7 final. John Chambers and Liam White are waiting in the wings. Next up on our main feature table. If you are enjoying this coverage and like to carry on watching it, then make sure you come across to Ultimate Pool TV. Go on social media, you'll find a discount code. Or if you would like to watch this on YouTube, then go and make sure you are signed up as a member and you have access to all 4 tables here that we are streaming, including this main feature table. But we will continue with this bonus coverage for a while, and hopefully you can enjoy the rest of this match. But if you would like to watch the rest of the night or on to tomorrow, then make sure you join us as a member.
The Series 7 final will be the last match of the night. Quite a crowd assembling around the table, as you saw from that last shot, as it always seems to be when this man's at the table. Well, better struck break that time. I think it actually may end up being a worse result than the last one.
Yeah, no real starter ball on reds. He's going to have to play, I think, a very thin cut on a yellow into the centre pocket, but he might even play safe.
That cue ball finishes in the middle of the table. He's bound to have a shot, but from here, not so inviting.
Extension call.
Do you know what? He's looking at 3-ball plant. Yellow ball, top right. The second yellow ball might go towards the top left. Like that. I think you try to put on both.
What an incredible shot. It's almost pot of the 8 ball. Keeping up his epigram of magician, manages to stop that ball going in the pocket. Wow. If you'd have looked at that table and said, is there any chance of him potting a yellow ball from where he is, you'd have said it was long odds, but what a shot he's pulled out.
Yeah, and that frame is over, and he's going to get a 2-frame cushion.
Well, he's going to have to pot the rest of the balls, but it was that first shot that's set up this chance. The choice of the yellow to the bottom left, or the one to the bottom right. I feel the one to the bottom right is probably the simpler position, but decided to go bottom left. Great cannon again. Would have been everybody's choice to play that cannon. Judged it so well. What a great clearance that was. Set up by that brilliant opening plant. Chris Merling ahead now by 5 frames to 3. Going to be feeling a whole lot more comfortable as he sits in his chair. Don't think there's ever any doubting Chris's own confidence in his ability, but more comfortable when you've got a cushion over your opponent, particularly after they've managed to nick a couple of frames that you may be expected to win.
I think it's just in the back, you can still hear that rain battering off the big metal roof on this building. It's absolutely hammering down outside. It has been for quite some time.
Yeah, it's a good day to be inside playing pool,
yeah,
isn't it?
We might need a dinghy to get back to the hotel later tonight, Mark.
Took us long enough to get back from lunch, never mind to properly leave the venue.
Yeah, it's yeah, my shirt, it's only just dried out, to be fair. That's when I sat inside the restaurant. So Carl Morris breaking off, trailing by 2.
Well,
oh, he's back out the chair again. That's twice. Looking around at him again. So what do you think you're doing?
it would have been amazing if he'd have come up dry there.
The thing is it's actually a yellow ball into that same middle bag as the last time that got out the chair. Double teapot. Tell him, Carl. You tell him.
Red nominated.
Carl Morris there just nominating his ball because he's obviously sailing very close to the other colour, so he nominated the red. Always wise just to do that, to make it very, very clear to the referee what your intention is.
Yeah, it's one of very few times in this version of pool where there's any kind of concept of nominating or needing to communicate that choice, but did the right thing.
That's okay. You can pop that red into the middle. Use the yellow just beneath it as a buffer. Hold the cue ball.
Big frame in terms of the scoreboard. 5-4 or 6-3 is going to be the outcome after this frame. Came perilously close to ending up behind that yellow.
Flirting with danger. It's okay though. Now then, does he come straight off the top rail and back left side of the black, or does he go the other side of it? Take your pick. He's going to go for the left side of the black ball as we look. Morris hanging on in there. Black for 5-4. This match is whistling by. Keeps in touch, this Carl Morris.
Well, this has been a good quality game of pool. There are times when matches involving Carl Morris can end up getting a bit scrappy, and the focus can be more on sometimes his antics around the table, sometimes in a good way, sometimes not. But here, he's turned up and he's just played a good attacking brand of pool. He's gone toe-to-toe with Chris Melling. Gets it back to within a single frame again. Still facing an uphill task, but at least he's sticking with his higher ranked opponent.
Yeah, he's a break down. So obviously it's Chris to break now. So he needs Chris to have a dry break at some stage. Make a mistake somehow. Very close to an off, and this time it's Chris that is going to be dry, as Carl is already out of his seat before the ball's anywhere near stop rolling. Carl having a little dig at Chris. And these are really open as well. Reds should really be 5 each.
If he can get things back to 5-all, this really is going to be anybody's game. It's been quite an open game. The ball seemed to have split out quite well. It's not really the case of every game we've seen on this table. It's definitely reminiscent of the one with Josh Kane earlier on between him and Chris Melling, when Melling came through in that deciding frame.
Just dribbled the cue ball forward a bit too far there, did Carl. Wanted to stop pretty much straight behind that red so he could just pop it into that bottom corner and play the next two reds into that middle, and just easy tracking up for the 8-ball up the top. And now he's having to play the cut back into the bottom right, cue ball going up the table and back down again. Oh, didn't want that kiss. Where's the cue ball going? Oh dear. Disaster there for Carl Morris.
Time running.
It's quite a harsh outcome, isn't it? If that ball
It's
stays
all
on the
just
table.
because he just dribbled that little bit too far down the table. And this is a wonderful opportunity for the magician. get 2 ahead once again. Always going nearer the finish line as well. I don't know why he bothered to play off that ball then. Did not need to. He could have just put that in there clean. Left the red down the, you know, south of all his yellows. Nothing in the way. Just seemed unnecessary.
Yeah, I was thinking, as he got down to play that, I was thinking, where's he expecting this red to end up? It just seemed like if you're playing that shot, you're worried about where the red's going. When if you just leave it where it is, there's not a problem anymore. I mean, it'll still be fine, but it's just got a red into the mix that he didn't need. Could be a big turning point.
Well, I understand if it makes the finish easier, but it certainly didn't.
That in off from Carl Morris after he slipped out of position, potentially the difference between 5-all and 6-4. And the emotions of the players are going to be very different after this frame. If Chris goes on to complete this clearance, he's going to feel pretty relieved. His opponent is not going to be anywhere near as happy as he sits in his chair.
Well, wants to come past the other yellow to leave it an easy angle to get up for the black. And is he? He is. Bit straight, but he can screw into the side rail with side. I'm sure he can pinch a tiny bit of that middle bag, zip the keyboard back into that rail where his hand is. Load of left hand side. Well. Cut in the middle. Not easy. Oof. Well, he did go the scenic route with that finish. And that was all because of going and playing that yellow off the red. If he doesn't do that, he's not that finish in without... He's probably asking himself that question now. Yeah, why did I do that? Madness. But the fact of the matter is, because of his tremendous potting, especially under pressure, that he still got over the line in that frame, and he now gets his 2-frame cushion back, 6-4.
Guess that's what we love about him. Makes for such box office viewing. Made life harder than he needed to for himself, but what a clearance in the end.
It's just a strange one. It's like you run in the 1500 metres, you come into the last lap and you decide to take your trainers off, throw them on the floor, run the last few 20-30 metres barefoot.
It's one of those ones where if you get it, all is forgiven, and it's a funny story. If you miss, you wonder why on earth you got into that position. Either way, it's Melling that's going to be sitting in his chair moderately happy with the situation, and it's going to be Morris who's deeply annoyed not to be at 5-all. So now he's got to claw back a 2-frame deficit again. Referee Matt Ward reminds him that he can't be coming to inspect the rack.
You can't. You only get one of those on a 6-red shootout, I believe.
And actually, it's fair to give Matt a shout out for the quality of the racking, because he's been involved. He was involved in the Josh Kane Chris Melling match, which included the most broken clearances we've seen, and likewise in this match the balls have been splitting really well. It's very easy to call out the referees for mistakes when they don't split well, but all credit where it's due there. He's done a really good job these 2 matches.
Come out and said that because I saw you chatting with Matt earlier, having a little laugh and a joke, and did he prompt you to say that?
Yeah, we were both having a chat with him, weren't we, after the Melling and Kane match?
I was just listening to you two, I wasn't talking. No, he's super referees, Matt, as are all the lads there. We are very lucky to have such a good professional gang of referees in the IRO.
Yeah, it's quite a task. Okay, we're only seeing a few referees refereeing and timekeeping these arena tables, but let's not forget there's 88 tables being played around the venue.
All credit to them, Scott Price and his team. And there Carl wanted to be. Bangs his finger into the cloth.
Yeah, he's not far away from where he wanted to be, but that's that slight roll further has changed the angle.
No, a little bit rushed was he in that? Well, certainly knocked that yellow into a poorer position. And this is starting to look a little bit on the downside for Carl Morris. He's trailing 6-4 and digging himself a big hole here in frame 11. You can bet your bottom dollar Chris Melling is sat there feeling quite comfortable at the moment in his chair, because there's some big shots required for Carl Morris here on yellows. Needs to get behind this one on the rail and wants to be fairly straight. Too much angle, I fear, there.
Yeah.
If he was straight, he could pull all the way back up the table. It's still a very difficult shot, because to get the pace right is very high tariff. But I'm trying to see if he could manipulate the cue ball off a rail here. I don't think he wouldn't be able to get the power in. Is he playing a cross double or is he playing safe? I think he's playing safe. Chris won't be too bothered about that. He's not under any sort of pressure here. All Chris needs to do now is not leave Cole any sort of chance where he gives him the angle on that yellow at the bottom. You know, would he leave him a crazy double, and which is more of a hit and hope for Carl? I'll tell you what, as he gets that stuck. Nearly a tremendous snooker played by Chris. In fact, he has got a snooker. So want those two reds apart. And pot this one into the top right. Has enough there as well on the angle with the red at the bottom. They want to get right to the top of the table here. Shorter than he would have liked. He'd have liked to be on the other side of the bolt line. It's okay, but not perfect. Spin it, flick the yellow. Probably the plant here. I don't think he goes clean. It does go clean, even easier then. He wouldn't have missed the plant if he had to pot that. And this is Chris Melling heading for the hill. 7-4 coming right up, and the Magician is going to be one away from a place in tonight's final. Yeah, disappointment at the moment there for Carl Morris, and he now has an absolute Everest to climb as we look down on this fantastic arena here in Wigan.
Still a lot of matches in play. There's 4 of the 88 tables that we've got in play, reaching the latter stages of the challenger events in the various tiers, plus next generation women's pro and challenger. And of course, we've still got one more day to come tomorrow, so we're going to be going again in the morning. been a very high standard of pool played so far. On the Women's Pro Series, the news is that it's Amy Beecham that completed the win over Casey Ranford Norrie, and she'll be playing the winner of the match we saw on this table, Kirsty Lee Davis, in tonight's final. That's on in 2 matches' time. We've got one more Pro Series semi-final, a match involving Liam White is the one coming up next.
How's the break? It's going to be dry. Carl Morris is going to get another look. Coming down into the last 10 minutes, so it will be 15 seconds a shot. Very shortly after this one. Yellow is very nice. I mean, they're plumb, so it should be 7-5 here. With Cole to break next.
Well, it's called Houdini. Can he find a Houdini escape act in this match?
He's okay, he can still get to the yellow in the middle. Want to do it quickly as well. These 4 frames, he's looking at 2.5 minutes a rack as well.
3 frames to force a 6-thread shootout, 4 for the outright win.
Well, I think the 15 seconds of shot should help Carl here because it'll speed him along.
Carl is deaf, of course, which is why he's had some issues with the timing. The numbers come up on the screen, but he doesn't have the benefit of hearing the beeps that other players will use to judge once they get down to the last 2 or 3 seconds. But obviously that's no reason he can't use the visual cues. They are still available. He'll just have to do a bit of extra preparation and maybe leave himself a second or 2 more than other players would have to leave.
Uh-oh. That could be that. He was rushed. Bit of awkward cueing. Shaking her head.
Extension call.
Extension wisely called by Chris Melling. This gives him a chance to settle and make sure of this pot. Would he go and take the problem ball now up the rail? If he does, you feel that's match over. It's the only one that will pose any threat. Wiped his feet, but it's in. And Chris Mellin knows now he can see the finish line. These 4 reds and the black ball for a place in tonight's final. And a date with either John Chambers or Liam White. Of course, that will be coming up right after this.
Just 2 shots away now from a place in yet another Ultimate Pool Pro Series final for the magician Chris Melling. A difficult start to his campaign in this tournament. It looked for all the world like Chris Melling was going to go out yesterday afternoon, but ever since then he's got stronger and stronger and stronger. Plays an old adversary, an old friend in the shape of Carl Morris in this semi-final. Morris started off really well, going toe to toe with first visit 8-ball clearances, but ultimately just coming up short. Carl Morris will have to regroup and go again in the next event. For Chris Melling, though, he can take a couple of matches off. He'll be back later tonight in the final.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official balls.
Oh, welcome back out to the arena. We have our first finalist here at Pro Series 7. Chris Manning, congratulations. We're just really loving watching you play at the moment and playing Carl as well. Two of you really treated us to a great match there.
Yeah, obviously Carl, former world champion, great player in his own right, and you don't beat people like him unless you play really well.
Do you feel like you are playing really well? Obviously, we know you're playing well because we're watching you, but does it feel like that for you? Sometimes you're your own worst critic?
Yeah, and you know, when we see Ronnie O'Sullivan do interviews, and he might make 4 centuries in 5 frames, but in his own mind he don't think he's played well. I sometimes feel like that. I'm obviously not comparing myself to him, but on a pool table, I feel sometimes like people watch me and they think, oh, he's played unbelievable, but in my own mind I don't think I have. And you know, at the beginning of the week before I got here, I actually put a post on Facebook saying I'm feeling really good, looking forward to playing. And I think I've been in a lot of exhibitions, so I think that's where the kind of table times come in. You play on different size tables, different pockets, different cloth. But yeah, all in all, I feel really happy with my performances so far.
Do you think the run at the Masters, where you got some really good table time as well as the exhibitions, obviously with a deep race tournament like that, didn't quite go your way in the semi-finals there, but you know that run there is going to hold you in good stead coming into this tournament?
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of the top players will tell you the longer the race, normally the better player wins, but when you're playing a race to 7 or 8, it's a bit of a lottery, to be honest, because the tables play that good that it's kind of evened it up a little bit between the players. So you've still got to play well, you've got to put good performances in, you've got to break well, you've got to get a little bit of luck.
I want to ask you about the tough finishes you take out, because we've seen a few, and obviously we've seen you in a couple of holes this weekend and get out of it as well. It's almost as though you kind of, when we know it's a tough table, it's almost as though you go into overdrive and you're almost like you love the challenge of it being a tough layout and finding a way.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I like to entertain the crowd. Anybody who's ever watched me throughout my career knows that I love to entertain, and you know that's what the paying public want to watch. And yeah, sometimes I do make it hard for myself. I don't do it on purpose. Obviously, I'd rather just clear up and run out and not be 3 frames behind every match. But you know, when I've got them tough clearances, I always feel that out of the majority of the players, I've got the biggest advantage when it comes to taking them finishes out.
Final question on the crowd. Obviously, it felt like everybody in this building just got sucked around this table, engrossed in that match. That must be a great feeling playing in an atmosphere like that.
Yeah, and that's what we play for. You know, the crowd's been unbelievable. Out of all the Ultimate Pool events that I've ever played, this has certainly been the best one that I've win or lose. The crowd has been fantastic. You know, there's probably 200-300 people watching, and like I said before, anybody who knows me, the bigger the crowd, the better I seem to play.
Well, you've got one more match left tonight, potentially the first title of 2025, and stop me asking you that question about whether that's something you really want to achieve, because we know it is something you want to achieve. Congratulations on making it through to the final. We're really looking forward to you playing out there a little bit later on. And we are going to have to find out who Chris will play in that final. Second semi-finals up after the break.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Life doesn't always wait for a good time. Anxiety, stress, grief, they don't care about schedules. But your therapy can fit your life. Imagine talking to someone who gets it. From your couch, your kitchen, even your bed. No journey, no traffic. Just real help from wherever you feel most at home. Omnia's online therapy brings you experienced therapists with sessions that work around your schedule. transparent pricing, no hidden fees, just support that's affordable, accessible, and comfortable. Take the first step today. Visit omniahealthgroup.com.
I want to talk to you about your balls. I want to talk to you specifically about these balls, the Ultimate Pool Pro 15s powered by Dynaspheres. They are absolutely beautiful. Little bit different. We've got a colour change in the mix here. The yellows are slightly darker. They're a richer colour. The reds are now striped, just to give that little bit of difference. 8 ball solid. But they've got numbers on, and that is the big point of difference really with the whole thing. They still play exactly the same, but these are the new ball set for all Ultimate Pool Pro events. You'll see them at the Ultimate Pool Pro Series. You'll see them all the way around the world on Monday Night Pool, and they really are lovely. And the numbers, of course, bring in loads for your club players. If you're down the club and you want to play a little bit of 9 ball with your mate, well, you've got 9 balls all numbered for you right there. 10 ball comes into play. You can even play nominate rules as well. Killer becomes really, really fun. All the options available for you with these Ultimate Pool Pro 15s powered by Dynaspheres, the official ball of Ultimate Pool from right now. You'll see these around the world on Monday nights. You'll see them at the Ultimate Pool Series event coming up in September. Loads to be excited about, and you can get yours right now at ultimatepoolshop.com.
Good evening and welcome back to Wigan, to the main arena for this second semi-final of Pro Series 7. This time John Chambers versus Liam White. What game we have in store here. John Chambers plunged into this having had a fantastic start to his Ultimate Pool first year. Been on fire. There's Liam White, a man from Staffordshire. Danger Mouse. Looking forward to a good game here. Liam has been carving his way through the field. He's got to be feeling confident going into this. And away we go. Frame 1. John Boy. Get us underway. Nick Finn joined by Tony Holgate on commentary. Hi Tony.
Good evening, Nick.
Good evening, sir.
Not seen you since Ireland. Well, I've seen you, but we've not been together on comp since then.
We haven't.
When you were in your school blazer. Loved it. My old maths teacher. I forgot my homework, by the way.
Detention.
Yeah, just had detention out there in the rain.
Yeah, you got a little bit of moisture on the old pate there.
A bit early for that sort of comment, isn't it? Let's be honest. Right, second semi-final. We know who's in the final. Chris Melling, in fine style.
Well, there's the beginning of the second semi-final of Pro Series 7. We're still waiting for our next games out here on Table 2. We will be seeing Challenger finals. We will probably see 2 of them on this table, but it's going to be a little while before we have that happen. At least an hour, I would have thought, give or take. We're still waiting on the tournament schedule just to unfold, but we will see them before the night is out. Of course, we've already got action going on tables 3 and 4, and of course over on the main feature table as well. If you'd like to stay up to date and watch any of these, then you can go across to Ultimate Pool TV. Go onto social media, you'll find a discount code or 2. And of course, if you'd like to carry on watching here on YouTube, then become a member and you can go and watch on there as well. But we're going to leave you on here for a little while now and just monitor social media and monitor the coverage here, and we will be bringing you a Challenger final as soon as we have one available. So stay tuned and we will be back.
M6, shit. There was a big smack on the M6 and people can't get back to the hotel.
I'm wrong, I was thinking big gold instead of
Yeah.
Back everybody, we're back underway here on table 2. This is action from Pro Series 8, Women's Pro Series 8. Casey Ramford Norris had a great run all the way through to the semi-finals in Event 7. Is taking on Lindsay Roberts. This is to get into tomorrow's action and have a tilt at the table tomorrow. If you are enjoying the action here, then of course there is still plenty to enjoy across all our tables. Tables 2 and 3 right now are showing you some Challenger action, Challenger Tier 1 semi-finals to be exact. And now, of course, over on the main feature table, we currently have the second semi-final of Pro Series 7. John Chambers and Liam White, currently 4-3 to Liam White, although he's just missed an easy ball, so John in with a chance in frame 8. We will also follow that with the Women's Pro Series 7 final. It is a battle for the #1 ranking. Whoever wins between Amy Beecham and Kirsty Lee Davies will walk away with the title, with prize money and the #1 ranking. Of course, it all can change again tomorrow, but they will be stealing it away from Marion Jude, who is not here this weekend. We will have plenty of action, of course, over on tables 2, 3 and 4 throughout the rest of the night with our Challenger finals. Following the match we're currently watching here, we will see the Tier 1 final, and we've got other finals to follow on tables 2 and 3 as well. So plenty to enjoy. I'm going to leave you with the action here, though, from Women's Pro Series 8.
taken from that table in the previous match. I saw it. Better than eating all this shit.
tap unnecessary, now I'm suspicious or something.
Sorry?
Got a shoulder tap unnecessary, now I'm suspicious or something.
No, we're good, mate. That's the reason I'm loitering. It's because I just saw your message.
Trio's in the corner. Time running.
dream too.
I'm going to go to the toilet.
Yeah, yes.
Can't do it, Josh.